All right, we are once again, the Equity, Disproportionality, and Design Project. Our main charge is to make sure we try to prevent disproportionality in our schools. And the main goal for that is to give all of our students in California the opportunity to live up to their full academic and social potential. The ED&D team is led by Russell Coronado, our executive director. We have executive consultant Dr. Aaron Mahoney, Jennifer Gross-Buteau, our coordinator, and I am Marcus Jackson. Now let's take a look at who's in the room. So we have this Slido here. If you would mind using the QR code, put that number in. Let's see who all we have in the room today. So again, if you could scan that QR code there, put in a number. Oh, there we go. Okay, I see teachers. All right. Teachers on special assignment. We got some administrators. All right. All right, classified support staff is in the house. All right, so administrators, countywide and at the sites. All right. All right. It's got a wide range of individuals in the room. So thank you. Thank you all for coming with your team, and thank you all for coming as an individual. We appreciate you being here, okay? Continue to go. All right, great. So we have 3 learning objectives today. First one is to learn about disproportionality and why we should commit to preventing it in our schools. Second thing, to learn about equity-related data, like risk ratio scores, and how to talk about data with a wide audience. And the third thing is to learn a routine for analyzing data to promote equity and prevent disproportionality. We have a participation guide for you to utilize today. And in that guide, Jenna, you're going to put the guide in the chat. Okay, so it should be in the chat. And within this guide, you'll have a schedule of our presentation. Also, it's a place for you to record your participation in today's activities. Those of you who know about our ED&D project, we always like to start with students and student stories. So I'm going to start with a student named Mike. Mike was a 4th grader at a comprehensive school in California here. And in 4th grade, this is where his story begins. He was a 4th grade student at a comprehensive school, and Mike started having some behaviors. And his behaviors were minor at first. A little bit of opposition or defiant when talking back to the teacher. Once again, he'd have confrontations with the teacher in terms of the verbal. Teacher would send him out of the classroom. No additional support after that. Then he would be suspended. I can go back just a little bit, Jen.
Oops.
It's okay.
Sorry, my mouse is a little sensitive today.
No worries, no worries. So we started off with just minor behaviors with Mike, no connection and with the teacher, no rapport with the teacher. Teacher didn't try to get rapport with him. They just suspended him. They took him out of the classroom. They put him in guest classrooms. Eventually, that led to a expedited referral and assessment in special education. And then Mike was initially taken out of that school setting. This is where our team met Mike. We were in an alternative education setting. And the first thing we did before we even looked at his record is we got a chance to build rapport with Mike, find out what he wanted to become. So that kind of threw the script with him because he's used to being sent out of the classroom and being disciplined before he even gets a chance to get to know him. What we had at our school, we had tiered behavioral supports. We had universal screenings that all of our students had. We had structure. We had counseling. And I don't mean just pulling students out and talking to them. We had evidence-based counseling component tied into the work with Mike. We also had a behavior support plan we had with him. One thing I noticed off the bat is he was tall for his age, and so still developmentally, he was still a 4th grade student. So he started to do so well with the structure, the routines, with the consistent counseling. We provided support for his family, which was wraparound support. So basically, Mike made so much progress that he exceeded very well. When we did a board presentation for our school, he was one of the students that was selected. So he had made consistent progress when he had the consistent structure. So Mike was with us for a couple of years, and then he transitioned into a comprehensive middle school. Now, once again, he went into a middle school system that was self-contained, even though we had data to prove he had made great progress. He was a leader. He was leading our students in our school. He goes back into the school and they put him in a self-contained ED classroom because his history of behavior had preceded him. So we basically, with the lack of support, the lack of consistent counseling, the lack of rapport, those behaviors crept back up, and then suspensions. So we went right back into that previous pattern. So he barely made it through middle school. So then now comes high school. And in high school for Mike, once again, it was within the same secondary system where he was in that self-contained ED classroom, even though his classification was never ED, but the behaviors uh, led to them putting him in a class based on that. Once again, there was continual suspensions. There was a lack of rapport with him, a lack of support. And then I got a call from the school psychologist and Mike was referred for expulsion. So I'm gonna stop Mike's story right there and I'll come back to you. I'm gonna leave that cliffhanger, I'll come back to you about his story. So this first part, when we talk about disproportionality, it's about building awareness of what disproportionality is. The way it's defined by state is disproportionality involves the overrepresentation of a particular race or ethnic group in one of the four areas that include special education over-identification, special education identification by a specific category, students who are placed in more restrictive educational environments like Mike was, and then disciplinary actions such as suspensions and expulsion, which was the cycle Mike was stuck in. So I'm gonna ask you all if you could just put the information in the chat. If you think about what that definition of disproportionality is, I'm looking at this particular category. This is some real data, but it's old data, but it's based on students who are suspended. So if we say that anytime your enrollment, the enrollment of these particular student groups is in the blue, and then their referral per particular category is in the red. So this is suspensions, for example. So if you look at this particular chart, if you look at our students here, which students are identified as disproportionate? Remember, anytime your enrollment, which is in blue, is exceeded by your referral for a particular category, it makes it disproportionate. Do I have anything in the chat there, Jen?
No.
All right. So I'm going to start with the obvious here. So I'll take my Hispanic or Latino students. Their enrollment is, I'd say, at about 48%, but their referrals for suspension, there you go. See somebody put that in there. Pamela put that in there. Their referral is about 54. So that would be considered disproportionate. Any other areas that stand out to anyone? All right, I see, okay, somebody said African-American. Right, African-American, I say their enrollment is about 4%, but their referral for special education is at 12, so almost 3 times, right? Any other area that stands out to anyone?
In the chat, we see Black students, Hispanic students, Hispanic and African American, American Indian, Alaskan Native.
Okay, and I see Rebecca put Native American. Great, American Indian and Alaska Native. You can see that right there. Our eyes generally go to the large populations, right? But the American Indian and Alaska Native, it's small, but once again, anytime your enrollment is exceeded by referral for that particular category, that makes it disproportionate. So thank you. Those are the 3 areas that were disproportionate on that particular chart. So what causes disproportionality? First thing and foremost is when there's a failure to recognize and accommodate cultural, language, socioeconomic factors, as well as any other differences among our students, assuming they come from the same background, same circumstances when they arrive at our schools. The second thing is when we don't take into account the different learning differences and there are not practices that have a universal design for learning. The third one, which is a high one, is discipline policies and practices that are not clearly defined and they're not tiered for support that benefit all students. And then lastly, it's the lack of implementation or inconsistent behavioral or social emotional interventions that don't really consider the diversity of our student needs. Assuming they all learn and act the same way. So SR Education did this chart, and I really like this chart because it breaks down. Now think about it. We used to say school to prison pipeline. This is based on preschool to prison pipeline. So let's take a look at how this generally happens. So that first part over here, when you think about it, what happens at particularly preschools and early education, sometimes there's a lack of processes and policies for suspensions and expulsions because they're voluntary, right? Then what that causes is that stressed provider or teacher, where those implicit biases start to kick in, child thinks child's misbehaving, and too much doesn't know how to manage those child's behaviors because it's not designed that way. So what happens to the child? They're suspended or expelled, sent to the director's office. Sometimes they're asked to pick up the child early. That happens in the comprehensive schools when they're on the modified day schedules. But once again, then it becomes down to a situation where they declare that that child is not a good fit for that particular school. So it's at that early start of their educational career, they're deprived of valuable learning and educational experiences, and negative trajectory kicks in right there. So when schools have those zero tolerance policies, it means that the child's more likely to be arrested or suspended throughout their educational experience. So once again, the child's more likely to be experience failure in school and suspensions. In elementary, it carries through middle school on through high school. So in the end, what that means that a child is more likely to be incarcerated or put into the prison system. Why is this a concern? And it is a big concern because it prevents schools from adjusting to those teaching methods and reach a diverse student body. When we say all, there's certain students that are not being a part of that particular statement, but also prevents students from having a well-rounded educational experience of their peers. It also contributes to any educational gaps that unfairly label students. Students start to be defined by labels versus students that they are. And then once again, it prevents students from reaching their full academic and social potential. So we created this timeline, and some of us who have been working with disproportionality, I can tell you, when I was a graduate student over at San Diego State, shout out to San Diego State. But when we were doing work on disproportionality over 24, 25 years ago, as graduate students, we were looking for disproportionality in an area of over-identification of African American students in the area that what they used to call social emotional disturbance, but now they call it ED. So we looked at different types of researchers, but this article that came out and was done by the New York Times, it was done by a report from the Government Accountability Office, and they looked at data. And what they determined is that disproportionality was a national concern because they looked at schools across the country. The things that came out here that were really shocking was that overall, our Black students were suspended at a rate of over 23%, our Black boys over 18%, and then our students with disability over 13% were disciplined at larger numbers than previously reported, sometimes for the same incidents as their peers. And another thing that was a key part of that particular study is that the disparities existed in low-income areas and affluent areas as well, where before that, it was the assumption that that only happened in low-income areas. So another study was done, and this one was done by the Georgetown Law Center on Poverty and Inequality and the RISE research team at New York University and New York Steinhardt. So the things that came out of this particular study is that our Black and Native American girls had the highest risk of suspensions and expulsions, and then our Black girls had even a higher risk, receiving more than over 7 times the rate of our white girl students. So those particular studies let us know that this is a national situation regarding suspensions and our students of color. Then they brought it home to California, and this work was done out of San Diego State University and UCLA. And you guys all remember this Get Out article that really broke down the disciplinary and suspensions and expulsions across our state. What was determined from this study is that our African American, Native American students had the highest suspension rates. And then for females, that's for males. For females, the African American and Native American girls had the highest suspension rate, where Black males were suspended at over 3 times the statewide rate. And then early education, going back to the early education component, our Black boys were suspended 5 times higher than the state average. So then the same group that did the study, San Diego State and UCLA, broke it down to look at counties. They broke down the county component of suspension. So for example, they did a study on Sacramento and also for San Diego. This particular one was for San Diego. It's the 5 critical facts. And from this study, in San Diego, over our African American males were suspended at a rate of 9.4%. Our Native American males were at 8.1%, and our Hispanic males were suspended at 4.6%. With females, African American and Native American students had the highest suspension rates. There's one group that was suspended, probably our most vulnerable students in our schools right now, at a rate of, I don't even want to put it out there, but I'm going to say it out here. It's our Black males and our foster youth were suspended at a rate of over 27%, the rate. And our Black males were also suspended because it just wasn't just comprehensive school sites, it was also our charter settings as well. And that was 4.5 times more likely to be suspended in charter school settings. And our next study was also done by the Governmental Accountability Office, and this really looks at the alternative education settings. These are settings that Mike came from. So the overrepresentation of data here with suspensions indicated that our Hispanic boys were suspended at a rate of 8%, our Black boys at 22%, but boys overall with disabilities were suspended at 10%. So high numbers for our students in our alternative education schools or schools that dealt with discipline. Then we thought we had some good news. The Civil Rights Project out of UCLA in June of 2020 indicated they looked at the trends there that overall suspensions and expulsions over that past 7 years had reduced. So that's good news. And you can attribute a lot of that to maybe multi-tier systems of supports, positive behavioral intervention supports, SEL curriculum, restorative practices. These are things that prevent suspensions. So that was good news. But when they dug down into the data, those racial disparities still existed. So the next study that they did was, this is July of 2022, the Civil Rights Project. And this was our pandemic shortened year. So the data was kind of iffy in terms of the data, but when the data that they were able to collect, and once they put it together, they determined that if we had been in school a full year, those racial disparities among students suspended would have been even significantly higher than we had imagined. So lastly, this also came out. This is from the Department of Education, and it's one of those guides to help reduce discipline and exclusionary discipline factors. The key part here is that this particular study that came out, this is a guideline to help schools look at discipline, look at expulsions, and pretty much put things in place. Yeah. However, if the strategies that are implemented within this, and this comes out every 2 years, guidelines, right? But if they're not implemented, it just becomes a sheet of paper for a school district. So I just want to keep that in mind when we talk about our students and the disparities that have existed. Does anyone know why we use the 12-year guideline here? Feel free to come off chat or put it in the chat if you want to know why we use a 12-year guideline here. All right, I'll go ahead and say it. We use a 12-year guideline because we want to emphasize the fact that that is a student's K through 12 experience through our educational system. And we're not talking about a few hundred students or a few thousand. We're talking tens of thousands of students are impacted by these particular procedures and practices that aren't put in place unless we change that format. So let me get back to our buddy Mike here. I left you where he was up for expulsion. And then he connected with a high school counselor who just did not look at academic scheduling. She actually got a chance to know Mike. She was able to build rapport with him, push him through, get him to get that high school diploma. So I was here at the SELPA a couple of years ago, and I get this email. It was addressed to myself, two former teachers from the alternative education setting, the fast elementary, and then the high school counselor. And it started off like this. I thought I would fill each of you in on how my life has drastically improved based on previous experiences. I apologize in advance for the lengthy email, Mike. And you can't see this because I have this filter. But this is the email. You can see it's almost a full page. And I won't read it all. I'm just going to read a couple of sentences here. But this is the email that Mike sent to us. Currently, I attend State University here in California as a double major in both liberal studies and political science. I aspire to be an employment lawyer, preferably for an airline agency. I can deduce, this is the student that was in that alternative education setting that they said could not succeed. He used the word deduce, that I have a bright future ahead of me. I previously worked as a guest consultant at the Museum of, in this particular city, which started me at a great salary. And he goes on and on in this letter to say that how he has taken up on leadership roles, traveled around the country, and basically took back his educational journey. So I just want to remind everyone that. Can you go to the next slide? All right, thank you. So we didn't do anything at that particular school with Mike. I want to let you know, we just created a structure. We remained consistent. We taught him his expectations as we did all of our students, and we believed in this particular student. So he had the ability from day one, before he even came to us, but it was the setting that made the difference and building that rapport. So what we like to do right now is have you all, there's thousands of Mikes that are out there, and Lisas, and you name it. There are kids, students out there in this same situation. But we want you to think about a student who you have worked with, who has struggled in school, but was able to overcome those obstacles. If you can you list the 3 reasons you believe? We're gonna have a slide over here. Go ahead if you can, once again, utilize that QR code and put the number in here. But 3 reasons you believe that they were successful. And even if you don't have a particular student, just give your 3 reasons of why you believe a student can be successful. Okay. All right. Ooh, okay, good. Relationship, support, structure. Yes. High expectations. Yeah. Develop that relationship. And that is crucial. Personal connection. All right. Rapport, at home support. Please, thanks so much for saying that. Relationships and support. Good. High expectations. All right. All right. Cool. All right. Academic support. Yeah. Because once we got the social emotional component tied down, the expectations, the academics just excel. First connection. All right. Cool. Structure. All right. So the key part I see right here, the biggest one that came out with this group right here is the relationships. And we talk about, not in this presentation, but I know Aaron and Jen and I talk about the power of relationships, greeting students at the door. There's research out there. We also think about the students who don't make it to the door, teacher's classroom door. Think about the students who don't make it out of the car. Those students also have to be in this conversation as well. All right, cool. This is really cool. All right. I see relationships winning by a little bit there. All right. Good. Building those relationships with all of our students. All right, great. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you all. I'm gonna pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Erin Mahoney, and she's gonna do part 2.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I just think it's so powerful. I saw a lot on there, different pieces as well, not only relationships, but that idea of that wraparound community support. And I think that's a key feature to call out as well. We talk about that a lot on our team, and just how critical it is to have everyone supporting those students, like Marcus said, who don't make it out of the car. Um, and so in this next section, we're going to spend a little bit of time. We laid some groundwork on why disproportionality is so important to talk about. And um, we're going to talk about how folks end up in disproportionality, talk a little bit about something called risk ratios, and then also connect that to this idea of equity related data and how we might look at data, what data we might pull, what data you might have right now that will then lead into our final or our next section, not our final section, on some things that you can do with this data to ensure that the practices, the structures, the systems that you have in place are constantly revisiting to ensure that all students within your system are receiving the supports that they need when they need them, and not once a year when we get different data reports. So really and truly, when we talk about data here at ED&D, we always start with risk ratios. Part of our work is disproportionality. And what risk ratios are they're a calculation performed by dividing the risk of a particular outcome within special education. So things like the disability category or just overall special education identification for children in one racial or ethnic group within an LEA by the risk for children in all other racial groups and racial and ethnic groups within the LEA. And so currently our risk ratio in excess of 3 are considered to be the result of inappropriate identification of that particular race or ethnic group, and a district would be found disproportionate. And just a quick note here, those letters just went out. And if you're not maybe familiar with risk ratios, I know before I joined this team, being on a school site, and even though I had background as a special education teacher, this idea of risk ratios and disproportionality was something I didn't hear about a lot. And we really advocate here at ED&D that this needs to be a part of the conversation from the beginning, because what it does is it points us in the direction of perhaps some systems or structures that are in place that are leading to certain groups of students being identified for disabilities. And we know that much like our partners who will be presenting this afternoon, race and ethnicity does not determine if you have a greater risk to have a disability, just like being an English learner should not identify you as having a greater risk for having a disability. And so that's why we advocate for folks, not only in the special ed world, to be aware of disproportionality, but all across our systems, because it's an equity issue. So let's talk a little bit more about what a risk ratio is. On this slide right now, you'll see 100 dots, and each dot in this case represents a Hispanic student who is identified as speech or language impaired. And in this example, our first rate is 5%. There are 5 yellow dots there. So that means 5 out of 100 students, or 5 out of 100 Hispanic students, have been identified as speech and language impaired. And now in this second graphic, we have 100 students that represent 100 students that are in all other race groups. So all other race groups that are not Hispanic within our system. That can be our white students, our African American students, our multiple races. All of those students, we see that only 2% of those students, or 2 yellow dots, come up. That's our second rate. So the way that we determine a risk ratio score is we take that first rate of students that are identified in that specific ethnic or race group with that disability and divide it by that second rate. And so in this example, we get that 5% divided by 2%, and we get a risk ratio score of 2.5. And I like to take a minute to pause here and talk about this because oftentimes when we talk about risk ratios with LEAs that have just been identified as disproportionate, we jump to this idea, well, of course, we have a high number of Hispanic students within our system. Or how can it be we only have 15 Hispanic students within our system? And it's important to point out there, it's not about just the percent of the overall race group within your system, it's the rate compared to the rate. And so this is just one example of how you might define disproportionality. Now, here's another way, and I'm going to walk you through just a second example real quick. This is what a Dispro report looks like from CDE. So this is a report that maybe somebody within your district, typically it's sent directly to your superintendent, your SELPA directors or executive directors. And this calls out how that disproportionality is calculated again. So you'll see up in that orange highlighted line, that's our students with disabilities. So this is looking at overall identification of a race or ethnic group with a disability, period, not a specific disability. We see here in this example, 413 Hispanic students have been identified with a disability within this system, and there are a total of 4,941 Hispanic students. And then what we do is we calculate down in this yellow box that risk or that rate for Hispanic students being identified with a disability is about 0.083. And so what we do then is we add up all those other race groups and we get a total of non-Hispanic students identified for special ed as 72. And then we add up the general ed population and we get a total number of non-Hispanic students within this system as 987. And that's that second rate. So our non-Hispanic students is 72 over 987, and that gives us 0.072. And so our risk ratio is that first rate divided by the second. And in this case, you can see right down below in that third row, for Hispanic students, the risk ratio is a 1.15. So these calculations can get complicated, especially if you are a district that is smaller, or perhaps a charter that is smaller. And so we do encourage you, if you do have questions about risk ratios in general, reach out to our team. We're happy to explain. Those ratios are using the standard calculation method, but there is an alternate for our smaller LEAs as well. And so as we get that information about risk ratios, we're going to go back to that first example real quick and talk about how we might share what this risk ratio is telling us. And so from that first example, you'll see here that we have Hispanic students. And we know that in that first example, we were looking at the area of speech and language impairment, and that risk ratio score was 2.5. And so what I've learned and what I think our team has learned is this information is hard to understand, especially for folks who are not familiar with this compliance related data. And so we might share this within our system to other educators, perhaps parents or community members in a way like this. In our district, we identified Hispanic students with speech or language impairment at a rate that is 2.5 times more than the rate of all other race groups. And so if you take a minute to pause there and think about that, this is hopefully for you all taking this information like a risk ratio score of 2.5 and putting it into language that's easier to understand. At least that's our hope, because we know in our next slide that when we talk about data, it's hard to promote awareness about disproportionality when we don't have that common person-to-person language to explain the data. And so we take this approach called person-to-person language when we're talking about disproportionality data and really any data. And we try to make sure that we communicate these technical concepts in a way, next slide, Jen, that is easy to understand for our wide audience. And so how we do that is we stay focused on students. And so whenever we talk about data, we try to keep a student in mind. That's why we had you all connect to that student at the beginning, thinking of a student who was successful within your system. That's why we tell stories like Mike's story. Mike was somebody that might have been a student that was part of one of those groups that a district is disproportionate in. And so staying connected to students allows us to always make sure that when we're thinking about the action steps that we're going to take, we remember the faces behind the numbers and the story that those numbers are telling us. And then the second reason we use person-to-person language when we talk about data and especially risk ratio scores is because it avoids jargon. I don't know about y'all, but like in special ed and even in just education in general, we use more acronyms and sayings, and we have like, depending on, I don't know, I've switched districts and when you now work with the state, like people call the SPSA, SIPSA, SPASA. I mean, there's like language and the way we talk about things just varies across systems. And so when we use language, exactly, thank you, Lupita, alphabet soup. When we use language like person-to-person language, it really grounds us in making sure that the data that we're sharing, like a risk ratio, that is directly related to equitable outcomes for different student groups is easily understandable and something that we can all really connect to regardless of our position within our system. And so what we've done here is this is a QR code. If you're interested in learning more about person-to-person language, we have resources and data and a presentation all available, and we'll drop that link also into the chat for you all as well. So now that we have talked a little bit about risk ratio data, which is where we ground ourselves at AD&D, we want to take a moment to talk about how this then connects to some equity related data. And I'm going to set you up for our next section, which is diving into what do we do now that we have this data. Here at AD&D, our boss says all the time, access to data is an equity issue. And we really believe in that. If you can go back, Jen, please. Thank you. We really believe in that, that's an important point to consider, because if we are not frequently monitoring data at multiple levels throughout the year, we're ending up in situations where we are in things like disproportionality, because once a year getting that report with last year's data is too late. Those students, many of those students have left our system already, and now we're being asked to fix issues that are systemic. And, once a year just isn't enough to be looking at this data. And so what we found is frequent, easy access to data. We're better able to monitor the adjustments and the plans that we're putting in place so that we can best ensure that every student within our system, especially those target groups or those student groups that are historically marginalized. And when you think about differentiated assistance, when you think about disproportionality, we're talking about what does this look like for our homeless students, our socioeconomically disadvantaged, our foster youth, and including our students of all of the race groups that disproportionality also measures. We want to be monitoring that data as frequently as possible so that we don't end up in situations where we are once a year being identified in differentiated assistance. And then what we find is we continue to be in those places trying to make plans and make decisions without having easy ways to access data to ensure our plans are working. And so this next section, I'm going to talk about two different tools really quickly that ED&D does have available for folks for free, at least through the end of this year with our grant, and share my screen and share those really quick. The first one is actually our Eddie's tool. And then this tool is available actually, go to our dashboard, to every district or charter, independent charter LEA that has access to SACE. So if you do use SACE within your system for your special education monitor or IEP platform, you can use your SACE login to get to this site, which we call Eddies. And so what Eddies does is it takes all of your information within SACE and some of your information from yearly and DataQuest, which we'll look at DataQuest data in a minute, and gives you just kind of an overall view of different race, disability categories within your system, what the breakdown of students with disabilities is to general education, and generally speaking, your risk ratio scores. What it also does is it gives you easy access to your disproportionality report. So right up here, I'm able to see in this district in particular, the disability category of autism. These are the risk ratio scores. And so this middle section here says the risk ratio is about 1.53 for Asian students or 0.99 for Hispanic students in the category of autism. But we have an upper and a lower bound because this is an estimate. We are using your historical comparison group data so that all students, that general ed group of students, we're using your historical data there. So that's why we call it an estimate and give you those upper and lower bounds. But this changes in live time as your SACE data changes. And again, here you can see that we have the method, which is standard, and that changes if your LEA is smaller. And just real quick to point out as well, we also in Eddies have this calculator. So if you are concerned about a certain student group, you can go to disability category, select the student group that you are monitoring, like speech and language or specific learning disability, and put in your numbers there, and it will actually give you a live calculation of your risk ratio score. So this is one tool I wanted to share with y'all. And then the other tool is what we like to call ITAP. And this is one that requires a little bit more setup, but is incredible in terms of the information and the depth of information that it can give you, all the way down from your overall district level. You can see all 6 dashboard indicators to that student level, and including not only our English learner progress, but those all important special ed indicators as well, because connecting the conversation to the outcomes within special education related to compliance related data to the outcomes on our school dashboards is so important. We don't want to be doubling the work. What's happening in one section is usually impacting that other compliance related data as well. And so this dashboard is incredible. It allows you to drill down and, for example, into academic performance. Of course, it's going to give me, it's a Monday, right? It's a Monday. It's going to allow you to drill down to that student level data, not only by overall school with all of these projections, but or overall district, but also by school. And it's going to give you a projected color for that upcoming year. I can just see for one area or the other, and see what those projections are. And I can even make some projections. So in this case, I want to see if 5% of my students improve with a score by 5%, how might that change my projection color? And now I know as a district leader, or maybe even as a school leader, right, what I need to target to meet and progress those goals. This also goes down to the student level and allows you to break down by all of the different groups of students within your system. So if you are monitoring your English fluency level, I can say, I want to see just how my English learners are doing across my system. Now I have a breakdown by grade level, their projected percentile level for my English learners. I can sort that by those students that are homeless. And now I can see where there's that intersectionality of students. So I know I have a number of students within my system that are homeless and English learners. Some and most are struggling in the sense of how they're going to do in the Smarter Balance or across my system academically in the year. And I can even export this to get a Excel spreadsheet and dive in a little deeper. And so I just wanted to take a moment to share both of those resources because, again, it takes us all the way down to that student level and allows us to dive in to each of those subgroups of students, again, for chronic absenteeism, to look for those patterns of information across our system so that we can start to really understand how our plans and our action steps within our system are taking place. And so if you're interested in learning more about either of those, please feel free to reach out and let us know. And now, Jen, I'll have you go back to sharing again. And so now I've dove in a little bit to those data tools. We've talked for a moment about risk ratio scores. And here at ED&D, we want to really take ideas and things like risk ratio scores that are telling us something about the systems in place in terms of identifying students with disabilities and use that to guide how we might look at data across our system. And so I'm going to take the next few slides to set the context for y'all. So we are going to talk for a moment about a sample district. In LM district, we are in, oh, go back please, sorry. Thank you. In LM district, we are in differentiated assistant for student groups of Hispanic students, English learners, and students with disabilities. And the areas, those 2 areas for DA of academics and chronic absenteeism. And then we also just got this annual determination letter. And so we are in targeted level 3 for this example. And you can see, if you're not familiar with an annual determination letter, those meetings are today as well about what those levels mean. It's going to take data related to special ed compliance like disproportionality and least restrictive environment and your dashboard data for students with disabilities and give you a breakdown on the outcomes of our students with disabilities and provide you with an invitation to get some support so that we make sure that our students with disabilities are not consistently performing below all other students within our system. And so in this example, least restrictive environment is an area that the target was not met. That means more students were out of the general ed setting than what the state says we should be hopefully meeting. As well as we know this district is in our imaginary district is in differentiated assistance for students with disabilities in the areas of academics and chronic absenteeism. So that also is reflected in the annual determination letter. So we know we have some things system-wide going on for our students with disabilities, our Hispanic students, and our English learners. And just to give you an overall look at this district, we'll take a look at just the breakdown of students enrollment. We know that about 85% of the students within this imaginary district are Hispanic or Latino. Our next highest group is white students. It's about 6%. And then we have our Filipino, African American, and our students with 2 or more races falling right around that 2% mark. So largely Hispanic students. And then in our next slide, we'll see also that right around just below 50% of those students within our district are also English learners. And so if we have a total of around 6,000 students, about 2,900 are English learners. We have 6% that have been reclassified, about 4 that were initially English proficient, and about 43% that were English only. And then the next thing that here at ED&D we might look at is what are the breakdowns in terms of disability categories. And so this is just quest data that you might find. And hopefully if you're considering looking at this type of data within your system, that you will have all these exact numbers. But in this example, we know that the largest category is specific learning disability, and we have about 262 Hispanic students that have been identified with SLD, or I'm sorry, the largest group is speech and language. And we have about 271 Hispanic students with speech and language. And you can see there's a breakdown of some other student groups that also have speech and language impairment. And then SLD is that next category. And you do see that mostly Hispanic students have been identified with disabilities, which we have 85% of Hispanic students with our district. So we keep that in mind. And then we take a look at what this specific imaginary district's risk ratio scores might be. And in this case, we're seeing that for specific learning disability, our Hispanic or Latino students, risk ratio score is around a 1.88. So not too bad yet, right? But the upper bound is getting to 2.72. So we're probably going to want to continue to monitor that. And we know that our Hispanic and Latino students are in differentiated assistance as well. So we're going to want to make sure we're thinking about that as we're doing an investigation of our data and how we might look at data to make equity related decisions. And then speech and language, we see, again, those are the 2 categories that were on that previous disability breakdown, but our Hispanic and Latino students are doing okay there. But if you look at that risk ratio of 1 is great. It means it's about the same, but those upper bounds, we probably want to just make sure that they don't get closer to that upper bound, and maybe use a calculator or look at ITAP to really check and monitor. All right, I've talked a lot about different data and tried to set the context for our next section, but before we go into that, we want to give you some processing time. So if you want to make a copy or download that participant guide and take just a minute to reflect on these questions. We're going to then put you in a breakout room, but we'll give you some time to prepare. What is the overall feeling about data within your system, and why? Are folks excited about data? Are people nervous? And maybe not even just thinking about yourself and the role you're in now, but across your system. Is data something you talk about with? I know we have folks from all different levels here today. If you are a support staff or classified staff, do you look at data often? What kind of data do you look at? How do our teachers feel about data? And then what access to data do you have? And then how frequently do you review and discuss data within your system? So we'll give you like 2 minutes to reflect, and you can take some notes in that participant guide if you want. And then we're going to send you into breakout rooms right now. as you get into those breakout rooms, feel free to take a minute or two, just introduce yourselves, and then just have that conversation about those 2 questions. So first, take 2 minutes to reflect on these questions, and then I'll let you know when we're going to send you into rooms.
Okay, I'm going to put them in groups of 4.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Give them just a minute to kind of write down and think first, though.
Absolutely. Erin, I think we have everyone back.
Awesome. All right. Well, I popped into a couple rooms and heard some great conversations. And don't worry, some of what y'all were sharing is exactly where we're going next. And so I just want to, I hopefully you had some great conversations, just kind of thinking about your data use, and end this part with this quote from Dan Heath that I think is just so powerful. But data are just summaries of thousands of stories. Tell a few of these stories to help make the data meaningful. We have so much data at our fingertips, and some of our data literacy trainings, we talk about that. Like, we have access to all of this data. We really need to make sure we have structures and systems in place so that we are using this data frequently and in a way that is allowing us to dive into the stories of the students behind the data. And so I'm going to now pass it over to Jen, who is going to hopefully do just that for y'all.
Well, I hope so. Welcome, everyone. And thanks so much, Erin. So in this section, we really want to ensure that you leave this presentation with tools and resources that can really help provide guidance in looking at that data to help you make those appropriate informed decisions. And like Marcus and Erin shared earlier, behind every number is a face, and our students are always our focus. So we're going to talk a little bit about a data drill down. So when you have the data, where do you start? So let's go back to that example of that focus district that Erin was sharing. How do we take that data to give us more information about our practices? And what does that data tell us? And to really help guide you, we really want to share one of those tools that we use here at ED&D, that data drill down. So a data drill down, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of that. We've used that terminology throughout this presentation. You know, a data drill down really is just taking that data source to really help narrow your focus to provide a deeper insight into the data that you're really analyzing. So we can conduct a data drill down by either going big to small or small to big. So big to small is a little bit easier. Think of street data. I think street data has kind of been the big buzzword. And so if you think of street data, if you start with a larger data source, such as a satellite data, which could be, I'm thinking the California dashboard, this is really going to point us in a general direction for further investigation. Then we might want to look into a smaller data set, right? We want to move a little bit more narrower in our thinking. So think of this as your map data, where the information can point us more slightly in a more focused direction. Again, we really want to get to that level closest to the students. So it's really important for us to conduct a data drill down with at least 3 data sets or 3 data levels. And when we get to that level, this is where we go further by gathering that street data, by talking to those students or parents who are involved or staff are involved, conducting observations. Now, we talk about a data drill down, we can also go the other way, small to big. So you can actually start with street data. So with that information of talking to parents or to students, that can help guide you. And that can give you a better understanding of where to start by conducting your empathy interviews. Oops. I apologize, my mouse is really sensitive today, or not sensitive. So keeping our LCFF priorities in mind, we want to use that example earlier that Erin had shared. So based on this data, based on our LM district, we know that we're in differentiated assistance for academics and chronic absenteeism for several student outgroups: our Hispanic students, our English learners, our homeless students, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. Whoops. All right, sorry. We also received that annual determination letter notifying us that we're also in target level 3 for LRE and academic performance. So we really do know that we need to focus on both our student outcomes and our student engagement. So taking that data from LM district, let's focus on student outcomes. Let's go through a data drill down from big to small and start with satellite data. So we're going to start with a school Again, this is just one example. If you want to go small to big, you can do that too. So we're going to start with a school, and we're going to focus on the school site and focus on ELA. So I want to take a closer look on the number of students placed within tier 1, 2, and 3 based on our reading universal screener. Here, I want to know, whoops, is it not clicking? I'm sorry. I want to know the number and percentage of students at each level of proficiency. So here, I'm noticing that there are more than 15% of students at tier 2. I'm so sorry. Is it clicking? Okay, here we go. The next one is following my curiosity. I'm curious to see the student group breakdown in tier 2, right? So here, what is the student group breakdown? Here I see the ELs are the largest majority in tier 2. So at this point, I'm even more curious. Here at ED&D, we talk a lot about following your curiosity and getting more information that way. And if you're interested in taking a closer look, then you want to start investigating. So here, I'm interested in taking a closer look at our EL's overall data to dig deeper. So I want to consider what else? How many students have IEPs? Are there students with disabilities? What are the student proficiency levels? What grade are they in? And what are their attendance like? So I'm going to look at all those other areas. So during a data drill down, again, follow your curiosity and ask open-ended questions. You want to work as a team and make sure that all your team members participate. It's really important that you have a team because doing it individually is really, really difficult. At ED&D, students are always the focus of our work. And it's always important to remember that we talk about checking our egos at the door and not to let ego give you that tunnel vision. And when we're working with our students, we do have to be open to where that data leads and be humble and open to the diverse perspectives that our team has to share with us, because that will lead to more creative solutions. So remember, it's really figuring about how to better serve our students and not about what we're doing wrong. And we really, really believe in this, that we have to celebrate the little things and celebrate the growth and build on it to make future improvements. So to help you with a data drill down, we want you to keep these questions in mind. What do you notice? What do you wonder? What is an area of strength that we see in that data? Right? We want to celebrate the growth, celebrate great things. So in that data earlier at LM District, I'm looking at that data. I'm excited that there's a system in place and there's a screener. We're one step ahead. What's an opportunity to investigate further for improvement? Who can we talk to? What can we observe? So in that example, maybe we could observe SST meetings, maybe ELD programs, maybe even observe our process of identifying students. What is our action step? Who's going to be responsible? When are we going to revisit? How are we going to share this information? Can we discuss this information at designated integrated ELD and grade level collabs? Identify who these students are in tier 2 and which support groups. Maybe bring back that individual data to the next MTSS meeting. So we're going to use that participation guide again. If you haven't downloaded it, this will give you a little bit more information. We're going to work out in breakout rooms, and we want you to access the participation guide again. And with that information and that example of student outcomes, we had talked about in that data drill down, we want you to focus on student engagement. And we want you to analyze that data from our example district, again, in student engagement, keeping that in mind, and use these question frames to help guide you through your discussion. And you'll also have time to kind of think about that as you write that in your participation guide. So also, when we put you on the same breakout rooms, make sure you pick a team member to share out when we come back. And we'll give you about 10 minutes on that. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your rich conversations. So I'm just going to pick on each room, and maybe if you can share with us what you guys discussed, maybe one sentence would be great. So why don't we start out with room 1? Do you guys have a reporter?
I'm sorry, I don't even know what room I was in, to be honest.
Okay, I had Christian, Elizabeth, Rosie, and Wally.
Okay, I'll do it. we pretty much discussed, like, after looking at the data, we're like, okay, that's we start seeing how detailed it becomes. But then our question that arose, like, how, as educators, will we help change the data? Because when you think about it, it's like, if we're trying to also get kids to come back to school, and um, how do we go about changing that? It's one thing to look at data, but like, if you look at it, you're like, okay, how can we better aid this individual um, based on what we see in the data? Um, so that was just a question that we we're kind of exchanging back and forth, and we're trying to, you know, just dissect that.
And in our next section, we'll talk about some resources and tools to kind of keep you centered and focused on that student when you're looking at that data. But great, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Group 2, I have Elisa, Miss Rodriguez, and Julie.
Hi there. We just had a couple of things that we noticed, and looking at page 3, where the annual determination letter was, and the information on that graph, we noticed that there were a lot of students pulled out of the program, LRE regular class, less than 40% of the time, 30%, 31% of the students are out of the classroom a lot. So we thought that was an area to look at. And we had just sort of a wondering or a question. We weren't sure that we understood suspension rates for the data year of 21-22. It said high, and then it said that the target was met. So we didn't quite understand that.
Let me see.
That's a wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good wondering. And I think that's a good question if you are in it, for your team to make sure we attend those CDE webinars. So it means that they were high in terms of suspension rate, but very high would be where you would end up more likely in differentiated assistance for students with disabilities, and then that would be communicated and also seen on that annual determination letter. But that target was met, meaning that it didn't exceed the suspension that's set by CDE and the special ed side of compliance, if that makes sense. But definitely make sure you attend your CDE webinars if you got an annual determination letter and you're in targeted 1, 2, or 3, or significant disproportionality. That's my CDE plug.
Thank you. Group 3, Monica Rosillo. I don't know if I see you. Why don't we go to group 4? Gerardo, Pamela, Sharon?
Yeah, so we talked about the focus of student engagement, and we found it interesting that the chronic absenteeism was one of the reasons that the district was identified for differentiated assistance, but yet parent involvement was very high. So for us, there was a little bit of a disconnect, or wondering what was that local indicator that the district used to determine that parent involvement was so high. Because if parent involvement is very high, then why was it student attendance so low?
Great question. Room 6? Or did I miss room 5? Sorry, room 5. Christina, Joe, Mary, Pamela?
We were talking about the intellectually disabled population. It was incredibly high, and wondering how that came about. I know we have an issue with not having all the bilingual assessors, especially speech and language or psych, and our population is more Mandarin or Vietnamese. Those tests, standardized tests, are not normed for those populations. So I think it leads to a little bit more of a discrepancy than there really is.
Thank you. Those are some really good wonderings. Room 6, Anna Desiree Espy.
We actually went along the same conversation about what is being bilingual and the huge range that exists in people who are bilingual, not only in Spanish, but in other languages. And that sometimes children are being identified as learning disabled when in fact they are not learning disabled. It's a language difference, and people don't really cue into that because they just want to find something to say, let's help them, when the argument is not that we don't want to help, but it's that it should not be under special education. It should be looking at other systems that are technically not working, including how Ms. Pamela was saying, the parent engagement factor, the absenteeism, and all of that. So I think it's a holistic thing that needs to be dissected.
Thank you, SB. Room 8, I have Jean, Mrs. Escobedo, and Ms. Paula.
We also looked at parent involvement and the high percentage that was noted there. And wondering we had was what percentage of that 99% was actually families from Hispanic or Latinx students. And we saw it as an opportunity to really partner with our educational partners to share growth or our next steps, so to better support that student group. And team, feel free to add anything else.
Thank you. I think we have 2 more rooms. Room 9, I have Joe, Melody, Susie, and Augustine.
We noticed that the percentage of students in separate schools was really high. It shows it to be like 55% on part of it, and the target was about 31%. So it was almost double, which is concerning. And then also that in alignment with the parent participation, it's just, I think we all have questions about that near 100% parent participation with the other challenges that are present.
Thank you. And last group, room 10, sorry. I have Lisa and Carolina and Ms. Rickman.
We spent most of our time trying to hear each other. We only had a few minutes to go over it or to discuss. We talked about, or one of the things that I noticed, and maybe we were looking at the wrong data, but looked at the piece where we talked about the students with disabilities, or Hispanic or Latinos, had 262 students labeled with categorized under SLD, and then we had 271 students with SLI who were Hispanic. So just the question is wondering or asking, how do we have that many students under those classifications? And I know that's probably the most common for our students to have, but that's as far as we got. Lisa or Jessica?
Just to add to that, we were thinking that perhaps the district would like to revisit their multi-tiered system of support and their RTI components, just to see if there are other avenues that they can pursue to support students before identifying a student for special education, thereby negating the need for special education.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all those rich conversations. And I'm glad that you guys start having these wonderings and these following your curiosity and wanting to get more into the data and looking into the data even more so and have these questions. So yes, and it's a great plug for this afternoon, Lisa. Okay, let me share my screen. See if I can do this. There. Can you guys see my screen now at this point? Perfect. Okay, so now that we have this data and you're starting to analyze this data, especially we've worked on like observations and investigations, right? What's the next step? When you analyze and do a data drill down, we don't really just want to stop there. Really important to share that data, not only amongst ourselves, but also with our stakeholder groups. It's really important to share it with our families, with our community. And like as a team, we can create a plan with next steps. And it's really important that you don't do it alone. I know that we've worked with some LEAs and sometimes their team is just one in themselves. And it's really, really difficult because it can't really move forward, come up with those creative solutions. So Really important to have a team. And then once you share and you have your plan, remember it's a continuous cycle, really to ensure that you continue improving and continue the use of data to really drive your decision-making process. So we also provided a handout. Again, we talked about data drill down 2 ways, big to small, small to big. Here's just a handout. We have the QR code. It's also in your participation guide, but this is just an example of a data drill down from big to small. And if you want to use that as a guideline. So just again, another resource and another tool for you all. So for us here, the problem isn't finding data, it's always figuring out what to do with it. And I think that's really important as we move forward, especially with, those letters coming from CDE, just figuring out what our next step is. So I'm going to pass it to Marcus. I know you guys had some rich conversations earlier about, some of your wonderings, what do you do next? And so Marcus is going to share some resources to really help continue our work as we create these equitable outcomes for all our students. Marcus?
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. First thing I want to talk about are what we call pause cards. And our pause cards, can you go to the next slide, Jen?
Yes.
We were thinking about when you start talking about equity, and I know Christian had a question too about students not returning back to school. I know across the state, schools are having difficulty after pandemic getting students to return back to school. But when we think about that, particularly when it becomes an equity situation, we created these equitable learning experience postcards, and they're culturally responsive. But when you're having those meetings, whether it be a student study team meeting, student success meeting, whatever you call that, any meeting focusing on a student, there's 5 questions that you can ask yourself with your team. And I'll just go look at these real quick. How do we cultivate the student sense of belonging, making sure they feel a part of the school? How do we describe the student's culture and identity are being supported within our school and reflected? How do we describe how student-centered teaching and learning that values social emotional growth and academic achievement are taking place? And in what ways are we discovering and cultivating the students' unique talents? And lastly, how are we encouraging the students' voice and ownership? So you're asking your team that, and then you go to the specific student. And what it becomes is an actual interview that you're doing with a student, but you could actually utilize these with a group of students when you're having these same type of discussions to find out. And it creates a data survey for you to have to look at how do you bring students back into a school. Because we realize when some people talk about equity, they do this in their natural work, have been doing it for years, but people are on different levels. So these are designed to give everyone that opportunity to have a way to talk about equity. Can you go to the next slide there, Jen? And we also know that we want to encourage our students to come to school, but we also want our parents to be a part of our school environment. So we created the same thing for our parents. And same thing with your team, you're focusing on a parent, you have 5 questions, and these are available on our website for you to be able to utilize as needed. Focusing with your team on how do you answer these 5 questions, and then you bring a particular parent in, or it could be a group of parents if you're having a coffee with the principal or just open house, getting feedback from parents to get their input on these 5 culturally responsive questions. And once again, when you're looking at equity, these are good guidelines for you to be able to look at when you're trying to connect your parents and your students with your school community. And there's the 5 questions. So yeah, thank you, Jen. You go to the next slide. So want you to think about just real quick, 5 things. When you're utilizing these cards, which questions might be difficult for you to answer in your school environment, and then why? What questions might be easy for you to answer, and then why? And then how can we get these questions to all be yeses for these students or parents? And then how might you use this type of resource within your system? So we were going to put you in breakout rooms, but we want to make sure we do give you some time before we have our keynote, Dr. Francisco Escobedo. So we're going to keep going. Jen, can you go to the next slide, look at some other resources. And this is a quote from a famous artist, Tori Amos, and it says, some of the most wonderful people are the ones who don't fit into boxes. That's to create that creative thinking that we have to utilize, innovation, to really make changes within our schools. So that kind of fits in well with that. We have some simple practices to empower leaders. First and foremost are those thinking routines to engage. They have that deeper level of engagement with students. from Harvard, and there are tons of different activities that could be utilized when you're really trying to have students really dig deeper in terms of that deeper level of knowledge. Also, habit stacking when you're trying to build equity and just making data be a part of your regular conversation, your regularly scheduled meetings, monitoring your data often, then observing in real life and sharing the information about what you observe, being visible, sharing the information so it becomes so real to your school community. At the same time, it creates a different sense of urgency. Utilizing the team, that's crucial because this work is not, there's no one individual who can do this work alone. You have to utilize a team and hopefully a team with different perspectives. Your classified staff, your general education, make sure you're getting special education voices, but having a really diverse team. The Disproportionality Information Center, this is on our website, and this is one thing that we looked at when we looked at disproportionality. We made sure that we looked at 4 different perspectives, from the administrator perspective, from the teacher perspective, from the parent perspective, and also the student perspective. So once again, it takes a look at disproportionality and it gives you 4 different components. We use disproportionality, but you can utilize with any particular topic, but you're getting that lens from different components. Also on our website, we have some presentation activities like how to create a student story. And I just mentioned the postcards I just showed you. And in conclusion, this is a quote that we live by day after day at ED&D. Within every school-related system lies the pursuit of equity. There's no timeline. Students are constantly coming in and out of our systems. It is not an isolated idea, but a continuous movement in order to ensure all students are accounted for to receive the support they need. And I'm going to answer this last question here about disproportionality. How do we prevent it? Well, you have to be willing to interrupt any inequitable practices, speak up, examine any biases, and create inclusive and just conditions for every student who walks through the threshold of your school. Another resource I wanted to share, some of you may be familiar with the Equity Blueprint for Action Guide that came out of SDCOE. And really, it really focused on proving those outcomes for 3 particular groups. You have your African American students, your American Indian students, and your Latinx community students. And it's really designed with resources that can be utilized for a district, a school, and even lesson plans for teachers. And it breaks down, Jen, can you go to the next slide? It breaks down to specific areas. You have your asset-based systems, your culturally linguistically responsive instruction, family and community voice, and you have your student agency and voice. So there's resources that are really deep in terms of giving you tools to support your school community. And everyone came together to put that together from San Diego County. A wide range of individuals who really worked hard to put this together. And it ties into your LCAP, your 8 priority areas. So when we're leading for equity, it really requires, first and foremost, looking in the mirror, looking into yourself, your beliefs, your identity, your lived experiences, and then looking out. And once again, the insights of our students, our families, our colleagues, school, and society in general. But leading from inside out, it means all meaningful and lasting change begins first and foremost with us, and then the teams we work with, and then the communities that we serve. Another quote from ED&D, I'll go back to Mike's story from the beginning. Once again, we didn't create the things that he had. He had the ability. This is what we did. And this is our quote from ED&D. If we create the equitable settings to empower our students, we create the opportunities to inspire our students. And lastly, optimistic closer. I want you to think about, as we leave our part of our presentation, this is not something that happens overnight, but what is something you can try tomorrow to ensure that the pursuit of equity is in motion? And then what impact do you think your pursuit of equity actions will have on your students within the next 30 days? Once again, some additional resources that we have, person-to-person language that Aaron spoke about earlier, our data, our students activity that we have in there. All these things are available on our ED&D website. Here's a quote there. Once again, feel free to reach out to us. We work with schools throughout our particular area as well as beyond. Our information is on there, that barcode. And we'd like to give acknowledgement. This program is funded by the California Department of Education in partnership with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. We thank you all. We appreciate. You want to go to the next slide, Jen? Feel free to reach out to us for conversations, just to network at our website on equityanddesign.com is our website, and our social media at E_D_and_D, Twitter and Instagram. All right. Any questions? Feel free to stay. But if you need a break, stretch your legs, take some breaths. Give you a lot of content in a short amount of time. It went by fast, but it's been fun for us. Jen, Aaron, anything else you wanna add?
No, thank you.
Just
And we'll
thank you.
return at 11 o'clock, so about 7 minutes for our keynote. All right. Well, it excites me to be able to introduce our keynote speaker today. Dr. Francisco Escobedo is the, I guess, technically retired, right? Superintendent of Chula Vista Elementary School District, except he did not retire because he is now the executive director of the National Center for Urban School Transformation, NCUST, at San Diego State University. Go Aztecs, Final Four today. And we're just so excited to have him share with you all and connect this work to how our systems can really ensure just outstanding outcomes for all students across our LEAs, in particular our English learners and our students with disabilities. And so without further ado, I am very excited to introduce to you Dr. Francisco Escobedo.
Thank you, Erin. Really appreciate being here and sharing a few thoughts about the whole issue on disproportionality, especially for English learners and how to improve outcomes for English learners. And so I'm going to share, and by the way, aside from being the executive director of NCUS, I'm also a state board member. And part of my work is I'm a liaison for the English Learner Committee as well. So as a state, this whole issue of improving outcomes from English learners is critical, is very critical, and definitely is something that I personally hold very dearly. Me, myself, being an English learner, going through a system where it was difficult to access, content, and it is so critical that as a system, we really work on improving outcomes. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly, and hopefully you all see it. And let me magnify it a little bit. So let me share a little bit about NCUS and what we do. And we have been as an organization in existence since 2005. And what we do is we go and observe positive outlier schools. And to date, we've seen about 175 positive outlier schools. And what we've done is we've looked at teaching, leadership, systems to figure out, why do these schools do so well, right? And really our only reason of existence is to try to replicate what we've seen in our exposure to these positive outlier schools to other schools as well. So we definitely try to help district leaders, school leaders to build a whole strong foundation to advance equity throughout the district. And these are the states that we visited. Actually, this year, I went to a few schools in California, Portland, Texas, and New York to scour. Schools have been doing just a remarkable job, but we've also seen great places in Florida, great places in Virginia, Kentucky. So really throughout the nation, and some are blue states, some are red states, some high union, some right to work states. So there really isn't a real causality of why certain schools do well. However, our findings focused on these four elements. One, that teaching and learning matters. It matters tremendously. All of you know that, right? And culture, what we call a transformational positive culture, is essential. And obviously, whoever is the leader at that school is very critical, because they, in many ways, determine or create culture also. Well, I'm going to focus, though, in this session is systems, because many times you do talk a lot about teaching and learning. You talk about school climate and culture and leadership, but not many times people talk about systems, because you might have heard, I think it was John Dewey once said that, bad systems eat great leaders for lunch. And it's so true. You have to have a great system in place in order to make things happen. I mean, if you don't have the right systems, things begin not to work out. Even if you're looking at data and you're trying to find the areas of how do you make improvements, but if you don't have systems, you may have incremental improvement, but you won't have sustainable improvement, right? All our findings, by the way, are in these 4 published books from our organization. And we have one on leadership, one on specific practices in improving Latina students in the high school arena, the teaching practices, and when Black students excel. That's our latest book that just came out in November. And our next book that we're going to be working on is on systems. Okay, so really want to focus on that whole aspect on systems. And think about this. Every system is perfectly designed to achieve the results it gets. And think about your own system. If you have this proportionality, you're perfectly designed to have this proportionality. There are things that happens every day throughout the year that creates this every single year, right? And if you don't shift your system, guess what? You will continue having the same results. Okay, so that's really critical. You may improve teaching, you may try to do some improvement in culture, but if you don't change systems, it's not going to be sustainable. Okay, let me give you an example. This is a study conducted by. Oh, I'm going to skip this. This is a study conducted by WestEd over 2 million students in the U.S. Right? The line graph, the light blue line graph, are poverty schools. The lower line graph are low poverty schools. Right? 75% for reduced lunch versus 25%. And what you see, almost twice the percentage of students in high poverty schools, they're twice as likely to be remediated, or they're twice as likely to be referred, right? They may struggle the same, but they're twice as likely to be referred. The same thing if you're in a majority of minority students versus majority white, you can be struggling the same, but you're twice as likely to be referred. You see, it's the system that's in your case creating that disproportionality. And you see the same thing when you look at the type of work students are engaging. you're twice as likely to have students working in low rigorous type of material in high poverty schools versus low poverty schools, right? So truly, I mean, when you think about an N, 2 million students, over 102,000 classrooms. This is a systemic issue, right? Because you have people who care, you have people try to change instruction, you have probably, you know, you have pretty decent leaders, but the systems stay the same way, right? It doesn't change. So let's talk about systems. What we found out in these positive outlier schools, they've created a system that's what we call a coherent educational system focused on improving instruction. Okay, and this is what we discovered in these systems is that every stakeholder, one, feels valued and capable, from parents to students to teachers. Their voice means a lot. I heard Marcus talking about, hey, you want to hear the voice of your custodian. You want to get multiple perspectives. Yeah, everyone needs to feel valued and capable. There is a focus on specific concepts and skills, right? And it's a real deep focus on what matters in what you're going to teach, and then a clear assessment of understanding and mastery, meaning that there's high levels of rigor in every single classroom, and the feedback that teachers receive is very, very clear and is focused on rigor. What I'm going to do the rest of this time is go over this coherent educational improvement model. And what I did, we interviewed teachers and leaders from these positive outlier schools, and they're going to talk about these specific systems. And then as a group, we're going to have a little bit of engagement. So let's focus first on stakeholders feeling valued and capable, and or better yet, I'm going to have two specific leaders. One is Ryan Baker from Garden Grove, who that school has done a remarkable job with English learners, and he's going to talk about how he got his teachers really focused on that continual improvement model that you just shared. And Alexa Sorden, she is a principal. In fact, I met with her last month. She's a principal from the Bronx. And if you ever seen the Bronx, and any school that you find that is impoverished, well, if you go to the Bronx, they're really more middle class. I mean, it is extreme poverty in the Bronx. So Alexa Sorden is going to talk a little bit about what she has done as a leader to change her system at her school. And by the way, Alexa's school, we're talking about 80 to 90% of her kids meeting standards in New York City. So yeah, it's very significant. So let's hear a little bit from these two leaders.
It comes down to collaboration, right? You have to have those discussions, both myself leading a team on the grade level teams on every Wednesday. We have grade level collaboration meetings that I can't always be in on, and so it needs to be self-driven by the grade level team and talking about what they're seeing in the classroom and calibrating rubrics and looking at writing and making sure that we have some consistency across not only that one grade level but vertically. But that consistency and that collaboration, I think, is the biggest key here at Parkview. And it took a little bit of time to get there, where teachers would trust that we're all kind of on the same team. We're all looking to do the same kind of work. We all are lifelong learners that want to get better at our practice and to increase student success. But it took a little time to get there. But so I would say at Parkview, that's where the clarity started to come with. When we started to have those broader conversations across across the campus, and it wasn't just the first grade team and the second grade team, and in some cases it was even fractured amongst those grade level teams. It took a little bit of time to build that trust, but when we got there, it was great to see those conversations, and I could sit back, and I always know that things are going well when I'm not talking very much, right? And I can sit back in a grade level meeting, and they're talking about the things that they're seeing and doing, and I'm just facilitating. Whereas I was the one leading initially, now I can take a bit of a step back, and I think that that's really helped with that clarity piece because it's coming from the teacher.
We begin our planning from April to April. So we get ahead of before the end of what may be deemed the end of the school year. In New York City school, the school year ends at the end of June, June 26th. So we start planning April to April with the next grade level in mind. We look at what are called power standards. We look at how they translate across all content areas, especially with reading comprehension, and how that plays a pivotal role in reading science text, social studies text, and unpacking math problems. So as a community, we are broken up into content specific teams, and we plan our school year, and then we make connections from grade to grade. And our assessments are also aligned to those standards from grade to grade so that we could see that growth year after year. So we have a very targeted approach for how we look at our curriculum and how we assess students and every staff members involved. And because we do this from April to April, what it allows is for our staff to sit with this information from April all throughout the summer. So by the time we start the school year in September, the educators feel really, really comfortable on what they're teaching, how they're teaching it, and how they're going to measure students against the content that we're delivering. And then in that, we also have points where we stop for modifications as needed based on how students are responding.
I hope what you heard from the first speaker, the importance about trust, right? That you have to develop trust. And the only way you can develop trust is you have to hear people's voices. They need to feel valued, capable. You got to celebrate people. You have to develop trust in the people you work with. I hope you heard from Alexa. You can't wait to get the test results from the state at the end of the year. You got to start planning now. I mean, it's March, right? And Alexa's starting to plan next month for next year. And she is, I mean, everyone should visit her school. How meticulous they plan, and you see the consistency vertically and horizontally. They're when we look at specific skills and standards, all about reading comprehension across content areas, right? And how vocabulary is instructed in a very specific way. How the books that they select is connected to their environment, to their culture. I mean, her meticulous level in planning, not just in English language arts, but in science and social. So everyone knows what is to be expected, clear and concise. So these two remarkable leaders really have created a system where it's almost impossible to fail, right? Because of the planning and the trust factor that occurs in their organization. So let me go on to the next slide.
It comes down to collaboration.
And this is focus on specific concepts and skills, which you heard a little bit from Alexa. And here is Teresa Corona, principal at Silver Wing, who has been a winner in the past at our from NCUS. And you're going to hear the focus on collaborative conversations.
On the academic side, we are in our year 3 of collaborative conversations and discussions as a focus. So a lot of my work in the 1920 was about collaborative conversations and discussions with students, but taking it even deeper. Central to that idea was that how do we provide scaffolds and then release those scaffolds from students to have their own conversations and discussions. So there's a lot of talk about what goes behind the scenes for creating that environment for collaborative conversations and discussions at that level.
You know, in schools are having issues with English learners. In schools that typically have high referral rates of English learners, you have very low student engagement by English learners. English learners hardly get the chance to speak. They're typically in the back of the room, very silent, doing a ton of worksheets, getting them done. They seem to be happy. They're very well behaved. But guess what? You could hardly hear them talk. And that's the problem. They're not engaged. They're not practicing the English language at a very rigorous high level. In schools that just hit it out of the park, English learners, they have the scaffolding set out for them to engage in speaking, to share author's purpose, to debate with one another. They have sentence stems that help them articulate using academic vocabulary. I mean, you are hearing them throughout the day. Throughout the day. But you see, it takes systems in place, right? And I bet you a lot of reason for disproportionality. I think I heard Christian said is, how do you change the data? Well, Christian, one way to change the data is make sure your English learners are talking and are engaging throughout the day. That's a great way to change the data. Okay? So and it's not, you have to set up the systems for that to occur. We're going to hear from Houston, Texas on clear assessment of understanding and mastery. And then I'm going to pause and I want to hear from everyone.
Absolutely. The standards that kids are told to learn today are significantly more complex and require a lot of detail in order to not just understand, but to be able to showcase their mastery. And so the first part we start with is really ensuring that teachers understand the knowledge and the skills that are required to master said objective or said peak. And so once teachers are very familiar, then we backwards plan exactly what activities will lead to mastery. Not just this year, but over the past couple of years, we've actually had kind of a gradual release. When our school was struggling academically, we worked on foundational teaching strategies and skills. And then slowly over the years, it's evolved to adapt to a more complex place now that we have students reading and writing and doing math on grade level or in poised to be in a position where we can push and go deeper. And again, that's where we're really asking children to be agents. So to be able to learn something and then make sure that's transferable to different pieces that they might be encountered with. And then a lot of this too, just we also make sure we have checks for understanding and use data. And of course, data everybody uses in schools, but this year specifically, we focused on having individual conferences, but the conferences are really targeted and specific. So anytime there is a student-teacher conference or even a small group, the student will leave that group with a specific action step that they can work on independently. And then the next time they'll come back to the teacher will revisit that and then plan that's really tailored to their specific needs.
Okay, having a clear assessment and understanding of mastery is critical. Critical. Sometimes in the name of equity, I've seen leaders as well as educators feel like they need to dumb down the curriculum so that the English learners can understand and master something that is of low rigor value. And I say to you, that is the greatest disservice you can do. That has nothing to do with equity. You see, equity has to be interlaced with excellence, right? If you don't have equity and excellence, you don't have equity. You don't have equity. You have what I call the pobrecito syndrome. Poor little kid, he can't handle it, right? No, you need to know what mastery is. Teachers need to ensure that students they understand the DOK level of how they question, what type of student work is expected, and making sure that you provide the necessary scaffolds for English learners to excel. And that's one of the things that I see in these positive outlier schools. I went to one school in Brooklyn where, I mean, they get newcomers, every week in Brooklyn, right? From the Caribbean mainly. Now they're getting many from Nicaragua and San Salvador, and the rigor is still there for them. Yes, they do have before and after school help. They do have, but their focus is on acceleration and not giving low rigor work for students to feel successful. Because guess what? They're really not feeling successful when they see others doing other work. It actually creates a whole a feeling of not belonging. So, Christian, if you want to change data, focus on rigor. Okay? That's how you change data. You don't make things easier for kids. You allow scaffolding, right? But you find ways to accelerate learning.
Absolutely. The standards that kids.
So I want to pause here. I want to focus on these three areas actually these two areas on focus on specific concepts and skills, clear assessment of understanding and mastery. And how can you as leaders or when you work with district ensure that teachers and leaders are clear about and engage on what students need to learn to achieve their goals and having a common way to determine mastery? I'm going to stop right here. And I want to hear from the group on how do you work with your system? How can you help change systems? How about you, Pam? I see you there.
Thanks. Well, I mean, we have so much work to do, and I think part of it is like everyone mentioned, that clear expectation, understanding, being on the same page, the communication, and it all goes back to what you started with, which are systems. We can have pockets of high expectations or rigorous instruction. We can have pockets of a solid like MTSS approach, pockets of empathy interviews and inclusivity, but it's that systems work that we need to get to, where it's across the board and we're all on the same page and we all have that common belief. And I think going back to the relationships and the trust, that's a big piece of it as well, is that we have to ensure that everybody does believe that our English learners can and will learn at the same rate and the same level of rigor as other students. So it's the videos and the slides make it it's a yes, of course, it makes sense, but the work itself is enormous when you're doing systems work, and it takes a long time. It won't happen overnight, but I certainly think that we do have pieces of it in place that when done in a more systemic way, we would see, or systematic way, we would see bigger results.
And,
Thanks for calling me out, Francisco.
you're welcome. I'll keep calling people out because, you know, your voices really matter because you all can help each other because this is hard work, Pamela. It doesn't happen overnight. It can happen. You know, I've seen it happen. But however, it takes work, developing trust, clarity of what you say as leaders repeatedly is crucial too, right? Anyone else?
I've just been reflecting on, we're at a charter school and our special populations are increasing at a rapid rate. And so it's leaning into that change and being able to identify the ways that we can help those special populations. Because I think the system that we had in place worked for the traditional student. And so now we're having to really stretch outside of that.
Right. And really ensuring that teachers have hope, right? Because when they see a child, oh my God, this child's been identified, you know, sometimes they have a preconception that the child doesn't have assets, which no, they come with, they're rich with many experiences. So
Yeah, Francisco.
Yes.
Sorry. That's where I was gonna go. You know, the biases that we or that teachers have, you know, that the students come in blank. I think that's what really hurts the students. And also, as a special education teacher, or at least I'll speak for myself, it's really difficult when we are collaborating with our gen ed peers to, you know, differentiate instead of, like you said, dumbing it down, where you have, you know, teachers not having same expectations as soon as they see the student has an IEP. And so many efforts have been made, you know, and are being made by our director, our principals, but I think it's a lot easier to work with and I'm speaking as if I'm in my olden years, but with the younger generations, the new teachers that are coming in, I think the universities are doing a great job. And I mean, I was just in the credential program not too long ago, and I can speak for myself that inclusion and differentiating and all these new programs that are out there, teacher preparation programs, are doing really well. And so I find it really difficult to reach my colleagues that have done this for many years. And, you know, it's always that statement, well, I have done this for so many years. And, you know, so I think it's going to get better with time. I'm not saying veteran teachers cannot change their ways, but I think it's just a matter of time. And so as long as we have a good team giving assistance and support to our gen ed peers and our veteran teachers, I believe it's going to get better.
You know, Gerardo, in some of these positive outlier schools that I've visited, there was one that I in Texas, in Brownsville. Teachers been there for 20 plus years, most of them. They never want to leave, right? Because they created this culture of this is how we do it in Brownsville, in Hannah Early College, right? So part of it, Gerardo, is a culture that has been established. And hopefully you can change that culture so that no matter who comes in, whether young or old, this is the way they're doing it. And this is the way we're going to continue celebrating special ed kids, having high expectations for whoever enters our doors, no matter where they start from, right? So, so thank you for sharing, Gerardo. Appreciate it. One more before I continue on.
I got a quick question.
Surely.
Thank you, Francisco, again for just talking to us. I really appreciate your quote. Equity has to be interlaced with excellence. I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's important to also let them know that, hey, we're part of this program, but we can do it, right? And it won't be easy. We got to work just maybe a little harder, and we got to adapt to it quickly. Through the correct scaffolds, and that's up to the special educators to figure out. But it's also brings me back to Luis Smol's funds of knowledge, and what you said about building a culture at a school. I think it's important to remember that to really work with the families and let them believe that you're there to help them. And I think everyone forgets that to that family, that child is the most important thing in the world. And you gotta make them feel like, hey, I'm here to help you. I'm really here to help you, not the other way around. And that's why I think that's why some people get advocates, and that's through building a culture. Like, I agree with you. My last thing is, what's the name of the school in Brownsville that you mentioned?
Hannah Early College, and it's a high school of over 2,000 students. Actually, and I'm going to share with you the slide. There's a symposium of the 8 schools that I researched, and they're going to be one of the schools. I welcome you. It's going to be on May 4th and 5th. They will be there. And it's amazing. And you know Brownsville, or maybe you don't.
No, I drove there.
Okay, so you know the area I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know Brownsville.
Okay.
Symposium. Cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Very welcome, Christian. I hope I don't mind. I loved your quote. How do you change the data? Because that's the question. How do you change the data? So
yeah,
okay.
I mean, thank you.
You're very welcome. Let me finish off. How many more minutes do I have, Aaron? I'm pretty out of time.
I don't think so. Lupita, did you want to break for lunch?
We have you have about 20 minutes, Dr. Escobedo.
Awesome. Okay, so let me share again and finish off my talk here. Let me get my last slide right here. Okay, so improved initial instruction, guys, is so critical. And you're going to hear Jill Richards talk a little bit about what they do. Again, is Garden Grove on an improved initial instruction. Let's hear her first.
Especially working in an urban area, some of these kids do not have the same experiences that maybe wealthier children might have. So my job is to really hook those kids in and excite them from the get-go, make them really excited about what they're going to be learning, keeping them engaged, I guess. And that could be through music, through a song, through a story that I read to get them excited about something. It's all about that first part of that lesson, that objective. Okay, boys and girls, this is what we're going to be learning today, and how you go about doing that. So when I'm giving them their objective, or, when you teach kindergarten, you don't necessarily use the word objective, but when you tell them, today we are going to be learning, and maybe you change your voice, or maybe you take out a puppet, or maybe you have a silly YouTube song or something that really intrigues them and hooks them into that learning.
So I think during this talk, I heard that one school had like a pretty significant parent engagement, but not much student engagement. Part of the reason is that kids don't see themselves in what's being taught initially, right? you're not connecting to their neighborhood, you're not connecting to their interest levels, you're not connected to what they love to do, right? And you know, in schools, and I went one school in Fort Worth where, you know, students were learning, you know, some algebraic functions, and they were measuring the outside of their schools, and they were making predictions in the ingredients they were eating. I mean, the content was connected to their surroundings, right? Um, and so it's really critical that when you think about planning, yes, you want your content to be rigorous. At the same time, you want your content to be meaningful. So to know your kids, to know their environment, to know their culture, very, very important. In schools that have high engagement, the kids are waking up their parents to go to school, even if it's snowing, right? Or raining. They're waking up their parents. Hey, I have this great project where I'm going to create the suspension bridge, and I want to beat everyone else and get me to school. I've seen it, right? Where kids want to come every single day. You know, so that improved initial instruction is not just rigor. Rigor is important, but being meaningful is just as important. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about improve intervention and enrichment.
Well, in fourth grade, we teach a lot of measurement conversions, metric units, mass, and they're not always very friendly. Some are, you know, multiply by 10, multiply by 100, multiply by 1,000. But one that's not friendly is the liquid measurements, you know, cups and quarts and gallons. And honestly, the first time, I'm thinking of a specific group that I was working with. Well, the first time I taught that lesson, they didn't get it. So because it is difficult, because there's no real pattern to it. So I went to my partner teacher, my fourth grade partner teacher, and I told her, I'm having a hard time with this. The kids did not get it. I need help, or how can we do this better? And she sat there with me, and we talked about, you know, making it more hands-on and using what was called the gallon man. And I didn't know what that was at first. And she showed me, you know, the kids make this gallon man, and the limbs are certain measurements. There's quarts and pints, and then the fingers are cups, you know, so every part of the gallon man has a conversion to it. And so I went the next day, I was like, okay, let's try it. And I had the kids build or make their gallon man, whatever was represented of it. And that's when they were like, oh, I get it now. I see, you know, how many quarts are in a gallon or cups are in a gallon, because it was a hands-on activity. And I think because I have that trust with my partner teacher to say, hey, this is not working, that we're able to have those tough conversations so I can help the students be more successful in whatever I teach. So that was one of those, like, they got it moments.
So in these schools, enrichment or intervention, it's more of a kinesthetic, hands-on, project-based type of intervention. It's not more worksheets. It's not, okay, you didn't get it. Well, let me give you a packet of 5-6 pages. Now you're going to get it, right? No, it's not. It's figuring out different ways of intervening or enriching. And it's typically of a project-based or some more of a concrete type of intervention that you see. So, you know, it's just how do we look at intervention and enrichment? Just utilizing a different lens, right? Because doing the same thing over and over again is, guess what, going to give you the same results, right? It's going to give you the same results.
Well, in fourth grade,
So, and finally, let's hear about stakeholders feeling valued and capable.
Message that I focus on sending out each year is mainly focuses on building a winning attitude and the importance of making a connection with our students. It is important to celebrate accomplishments. This year, for example, we started off by celebrating the 7 out of 7 distinction designations that the Texas Education Agency gave us. And so we were very proud of it. And we make sure that we include everyone in our celebrations. Everyone has to feel that they are an important part of the success of our students. And therefore, we all get together and we celebrate accomplishments. It is important also to focus on making a connection with our students. We need to make sure that we do everything possible to let the students know that we care. Because once we do that, they will be willing to work for you. There is nothing that you'll ask them to do that they wouldn't do for you when they know that you care for them. And so that's something that we discuss and that I feel is crucial for the students to be willing to learn. Right now we have to compete with so many distractors, and therefore it's important that we show them how much we care for them so that they're also willing to work for us. Of course, after all that, we focus on the goals and analyzing data to see where we're going. And we create a plan of action.
Blanca is an amazing leader. Been there for many years. This is the leader in Brownsville that'll be in the symposium. And you know, once you enter the school, you're right in front of the school is all these accolades students have learned throughout the years, from academic to music to, is incredible how things are celebrated at that school. And it sets up expectation that, hey, everyone is going to be celebrated. And it is an amazing place that has combined career and technical focus areas as well. You have in this school, my goodness, students are not only ready to go to a four-year college, some of them already have a certificate to maybe be an EMT or become a welder. So they have a trade as well. And it really merges meaningful, purposeful instruction with a lot of celebration. And even though there are 2,000 students, Blanca knows the kid, almost all kids by name. And she greets them. She has her teachers do the same. They're outside greeting everyone. And everyone feels valued, capable. This is the school where teachers stay there for 20 plus years. And, you know, when I did a focus group with teachers, they say the only way you can come to this school to be a teacher is if someone retires or dies. You know, that is how much they value working at this school, right? So, that's Blanca Lambari. She will be at our symposium in about a month to talk about just the great things she has done at this what I call Homer Hanna Early College High School. So I want to pause here and talk about the 3 areas that we just discussed. 1, improved initial instruction, how critical that is, right? To plan something not only rigorous but meaningful, making sure kids don't get it, or if you want to extend their knowledge, it's not more of the same, right? And then how do you ensure that people feel valued and capable? So let me stop sharing, and I want to hear oh, from you is how you get your systems to do all of these three elements.
So I think first having a collective vision, like having a conversation as what is our mission, what is our vision, what do we want for our students. I know right now participating in the differentiated assistant professional developments, I know that we did like a Horizon 1, the Horizons activity. And we started off with Horizon 1, just list any barriers or obstacles that you want to eliminate, um, put it down, write it down, put it on paper. And then when we have Horizons 3 is what is our ultimate goal that we want for our students? Don't think of any obstacles or barriers that can be in the way, just what is your dream for every single student in our system? And then having that conversation of how are you going to get from Horizon 1 to Horizon 3? So if this is what we want for our students, then all of our actions, our conversations need to be aligned to what we want for our students. So being able to have that conversation that this is what we want for our students, what does it look like? What does it sound like? Let's think of actions, not just words. Like I want our students to be able to be global participants. Well, what does it look like? What are the actions and practices associated with that? And then having a set of protocols that we use when we start analyzing the data, when we start having conversations, norms and protocols that we use. For example, we're going to use asset-based language. We're going to talk about our students and strengths with their strengths and what they have to offer. When we talk about or look at data that we're analyzing, we use protocols to stay subjective, not the blame game or judgment or pointing fingers. It's back to what do we see? What do we wonder? What do we want? Does this align to what we want for our students to have? And I think it all starts with the collective efficacy, ensuring that everyone understands that we all have such an important role in our system that we can make the difference, but it needs to be a united front. It needs to not be that we rely on a curriculum that could, because curriculum does not teach our students, but that when we are creating our lessons, that best first quality instruction, that it is meaningful, that it is aligned to what our goal is, what's the standard that we need to be addressing. And in those PLCs and collaborative sessions that we talk about, well, the lessons that am I creating? Does it provide access to all students, not just one particular student, but for our multilingual learners, for our students that are receiving special education, for our visual learners, our tactile learners? Does it connect to their culture, to their environment, to real life situation? And then how are they participating? How are they making sense of what they're learning? And having that be a system, an ongoing system, from start to finish. And then again, at the very end, then aligning it to what's our mission and vision? What do we want the end results to be collectively at the district, but then within the school and then within the grade level itself?
That's very well put, Susie. And I would like to add, you talked about that asset-based focus, and that falls within stakeholders feeling valued and capable. There's a ratio that has been proven over and over again by Gottman's work that you really need to have a ratio of 5-1, 5 affirmations to 1 redirection to ensure people will not only listen, but able to develop that self-efficacy. That 5-1 ratio of affirmation to redirection is real critical for students, for teachers, for your spouse even. That's a real critical ratio. And actually, all of this work comes from relationships. And this man named Gottman, he by just hearing a conversation of a couple, he can determine within 3 minutes. He got so good at it. Within 3 minutes, if the person was going to be divorced in like 5 years. So, you know, he jokes around that he doesn't get invited to dinner much because, people are kind of scared having him around. But anyway, his research is intriguing and it really says a lot on how we need to treat, our educators, our students, because we tend to always focus on the negative. I think as beings, we try to really focus on negative. Not meaning you're not going to redirect. We have to have that 5-to-1 ratio. So thank you, Susie. One more. I know we're running out of time here. Anyone else that would like to talk a little bit about the whole issue on initial instruction, intervention, and enrichment, and stakeholders feeling valued and capable?
I just wanted to add, Susie. Good morning, Dr. Escobedo, and good morning to everyone on the Zoom room. But as she was sharing her answer, it was this emphasis on we, and that's very important as you are, as a site principal, as I walk into my site, that it's not the Paola show. What does Paola want? What is my vision? What is my mission? It's really ensuring that I hear from all of the educational partners in regards to how are we going to move the work at Central forward, and ensuring that every perspective that is put on the table is heard, and that we're engaging in the future for our scholars. So I think that's another way of building trust in ensuring that we get everyone on board to help us do the work together, because it's not about the site principal doing the work alone. It's not about the classroom teacher alone doing the work. It's everyone in one boat rowing towards the goal of the school. And as we do that work, we're going to have more buy-in, more trust from all educational stakeholders. And my teachers are going to be more open to my feedback as I'm going into their classrooms, and we're on this journey together. So that we word is very important in our sites, whether you're a teacher, whether you're an IA or an ed specialist. We have to do the work together. And at the beginning of our PD today, they said, check your ego at the door. And that's every day, not just today. It's every day when you drive to your school site, you park, and we're here for the same goal, and it's to support our students. So I just wanted to add that emphasis.
Thank you, Paola. That's a great way to finish this talk. It is all about we. It is not the Lone Ranger, type of setup. It is a collective body that's purposeful, that has an end in mind, right? That really can change the world, and creating that collective we is really, really, really critical. And lastly, I just want to share with you my final slide is if we have our symposium coming up in San Diego at the Marriott. Linda Darling Hammond will talk about her positive outlier research. Dr. Loughborough will have a great inspirational message. He was actually homeless and went to Harvard as well, and he was going to talk about his journey. And these are the schools that we're going to be highlighting, and they'll be talking about their journey as well. So if you can make it 1 or 2 days, this is May 4th and 5th. Go to our website and register. It will be a very valuable event where you can hear the leaders talk about their journey. And that is all I have to. Thank you so much for being a great participants. Hopefully one day we'll be able to connect in person, but I'm glad we were able to connect virtually as well. So Lupita, hopefully I made it on time for this specific session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Escobedo. I really appreciate sharing your expertise taking note of all the other additional resources that are available to us. Again, thank you on behalf of Imperial County SELPA. We want to thank everybody here for joining us. We hope that you're able to take a step away from your computer for at least an hour, at the most an hour, and so that we can reconvene at 1 o'clock and pick up where we left off. Erin and team, is there anything else you want to share before we let folks loose for lunch?
Just I dropped the link to that symposium for NCAST in the chat for y'all, and just a big thank you to Dr. Escobedo for his continued partnership with our team. We just appreciate your wisdom, and we were just sharing how we always feel like we learn something new from you. So
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Okay, folks, see you back in an hour. We will start promptly at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. In the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and get started. If somebody could please help me monitor the participants list so that we can start admitting folks as they come in. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Everybody, thank you so much for being here with us on a Monday after lunch. I know that's an added challenge. Welcome to this shared session. Hopefully you were able to join us this morning as the ED&D group shared and listen to our magnificent keynote. So honored to have him here connecting with us and sharing experiences out in the field. Today, we come to you via Imperial County SELPA as part of the grant work for improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities funded by CDE and CCEE. Let's get started. So the topic for today's discussion is around all things ensuring equitable special education referrals for multilingual learners, specifically key considerations for student support teams. We believe that this ties in nicely with all of the information shared earlier in the morning and setting up ways to utilize meaningful data to really impact our practices so that we can ensure access and equity for all of our students, especially when we are thinking about issues of disproportionality, over-identification, and under-identification. So as I shared earlier, you can access our slide deck with the linked resources by entering the bit.ly link into your browser, or simply by popping open your mobile device's camera and scanning this bit.ly QR as well. Like always, all of our resources are free for you to access, modify, and share. If you have feedback related to the resources that we share with you, the slide deck, etc., please reach out. We learn from you every day, and your feedback really allows us to refine our resources and the way that these are presented out to all of you, practitioners out in the field. So I am a part of this team of 4, with Dr. Deborah Montoya being our lead consultant. She is currently a SPED director in the Oceanside area. We miss her dearly, but have opportunity to connect with her and this work that was born out of her dissertation, and we are so proud to be part of her team. I am Vanessa Lopez, a coordinator at the Imperial County SELPA. Prior to arriving at the SELPA 4 years ago, I was a teacher in one of our local districts for 18 years. I taught both in an RSP and an SDC setting. I was also an English language learner coach, a resource teacher, and an instructional technology coach. Currently at the SELPA, I am an inclusionary practices coordinator working with programs such as Circle of Friends. I'm also an APE teacher, adapted physical education. I am an AT assessor and also part of this team to support the work related to improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. On top of that, I am very proud of my second lens that lives separate from the professional lens, and that's as a parent to 2 children who are English learners and one who is an English learner with a disability. My son is on the autism spectrum. He also has a secondary category for OHI for ADHD combination type and generalized anxiety disorder. So again, very, very meaningful work. I guess you could say I do have some skin in the game. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lupita so she can introduce herself and let you know a little bit about her background and why it is so important that we share so specifically about our backgrounds. Lupita?
Thanks, Vanessa, and welcome everybody. Again, our team, the makeup of our team is very intentional. And just to share a little bit about that, I'll share a little bit about my background. I'm a general education teacher by training, a bilingual education teacher by training. And for the past 20 plus years, I've been working here at the County Office of Education as an English learner coordinator, English learner district and support coordinator, and the last 5 years here at Imperial County SELPA. And so that's the lens that I bring to this work, is all things general education, all things EL, language development and literacy. So with that, very short and sweet introduction. However, I do think it's important that you understand that the makeup of our team is very deliberate and intentional, so that we can bring our respective lenses and experiences and expertise to this work and be able to triangulate our efforts and our background to be able to afford you and all of those engaged and working with us those multiple lenses. And I'm going to hand it right back to Vanessa.
Thank you, Lupita. All right, so let's move on. So as I mentioned, we are part of this grant work funded by CDE and CCEE, and we are part of the One System of Support in the state of California. We are one of the SELPA resource leads, our area specifically being one that is focused on improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. We provide support for all practitioners statewide that are seeking to develop their expertise to build their collective expertise, also because we know that it really does take the team lift approach to make sure that our students are receiving all that they need, especially when we consider how nuanced being a dually identified student is. So with that, we want to say that our work is very much deeply rooted in the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners, which was released in July of 2019, right as we began rolling out the work related to improving outcomes for our dually identified students. And it's important for us to note that although the guidance is not binding on local educational agencies or other entities, we do want to recognize that other than the statutes, court decisions, regulations, etc., listed within the California Practitioner's Guide, this is a means of collecting a series of best practices and research all in one place. First time ever where the special education side of the house and the English learner side of the house have some level of guidance for students who are dually identified. All right, so let's get into it. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 of the California Practitioner's Guide is all about the special education referral process for English learners. You will see that on this page, we've taken an excerpt from the Section 2 outline and the Chapter 3 outline. Section 2 is comprised of 2 chapters, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. In Chapter 3, we're going to look at considerations for referral of English learners, multilingual learners, emergent multilingual learners for assessment to determine eligibility for special education. We're going to be looking at pre-referral data reviews and what constitutes an appropriate referral of an English learner to special education eligibility evaluations and or assessments. You'll notice that in the structure of these chapters, they are capped off by a student scenario, a chapter summary, and frequently asked questions. So this is relevant because we want to provide resources that you yourself can take back to your sites after your time together with us to either utilize some of the resources that we modify them in a way that is most useful and beneficial for your scope of work, and share them out with your communities of practice, with your PLCs, your professional learning groups and networks that might be looking into the referral process for English learners. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, Section 2 is all things pre-referral, referral, assessment, and the IEP process. No matter what your role is, you are bound to find something that serves your needs in relation to your role. So if you are an English learner, COSA, or an ELD teacher, and you're seeking to develop your understanding of what reclassification from EL status might look like for a student who is dually identified, Section 5 would be your go-to place. However, within the context of our discussion today, really what we want to look at is where all of these issues of disproportionality, over-identification, and under-identification live and is within that pre-referral referral, assessment, and IEP process. Let's get into it. So each chapter starts with some questions that are going to be addressed in the chapter. So you'll notice that here it says for teachers, for administrators. I want us to forego seeing the word teachers and focusing in more on practitioners. So as practitioners, we want you to consider the following. What pre-referral steps should be documented to ensure that a special education referral for a multilingual learner is appropriate? What information do I need from parents to help me determine if a referral is appropriate? And what data do I need to collect to ensure that the referral is appropriate? As an administrator, I'm also wondering, what is the process to ensure that a special education referral for English learners is appropriate and does not lead to over or under identification? Additionally, how do I ensure that I meet the state and federal child find requirements for English learners? And this is a new station. I like to preface a lot of our discussions with the following. There is a lot of gray in special education. When we ask a question, the answer oftentimes is, it depends. And I want us to get comfortable in the gray, because with the appropriate guiding questions and reflective points, we can get to a bifurcation on this pre-referral road where we can truly say this is an appropriate referral. And to do that, Chapter 3 gives us a lot of resources. Off to the side, next to the questions addressed in this chapter, on this slide, you're going to see that there is a screenshot of a chapter infographic. These infographics are more of a companion to the chapter. What it does is it takes the content, presents it in a sequential manner that is consistent to that in the chapter, but with visuals to support, with links to guide you back into the document. Should we have some time at the end of our session, I'm going to share out where in our website these resources live and potential ways for you to utilize them with your teams as you're taking this information back related to the pre-referral and referral process for students who are being considered as having a potential learning disability based on the data collection methods the team has engaged in. So again, focus is specifically in identifying factors in the instructional environment, English language proficiency progress, and the effect and or impact on academic progress, and the review of all of the pertinent school intervention, behavioral, and health data, as well as taking a look and either ruling in or ruling out extrinsic factors. All of this is what is going to help us lead the SST discussion to make an appropriate referral to special education. All right, let's set the context. It's important to set the context. And yes, it's critical that we recognize that we are in a bit of a conundrum. When we are looking at students with disabilities, we are looking in the state of California at the following number: 700,906. Of this total number of students with a disability in the state of California, almost 25% are English learners. That is alarming, especially as we look at some of the features that we engage in our school system that the ED&D team shared earlier. It really should give us pause and a chance to back away for a second, take a deep breath, and realize that this is truly a call to action. So let's continue with some more data points. We talked about almost 25% of our students with a disability being English learners. However, if we break it down further and we look at students who are English learners, I'm having a difficulty here speaking, who are multilingual learners by qualifying disability, we take a look at this chart. And those of us in SPED, it is not shocking. It's sort of just makes visible what we've known, that a high percentage of our students are meeting eligibility criteria under SLD, specific learning disability, speech or language impairment, SLI, and autism. I want you to spend a couple of seconds looking at these three distinct disability categories and tell me what thoughts come to mind. You can either use the chat or you can unmute your mic and share out. What are some of the thoughts that jump out at you looking at these figures? I want to assure you that this is a brave space where we can engage in conversation and that we are here to learn together. This is not a place of judgment. This is a place of growth. Lupita, can you be my eyes and tell me what's coming up
Absolutely.
on the chat?
Absolutely. Monica, thank you. Language and communication are impacted. Rebecca, their inability to communicate well is the main area that is qualifying them. Pamela, speech is often the gateway to SPED. So far, that's what we have in the chat, Vanessa.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And yes, 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 and yes, absolutely to those 3 points. There is a language component to these 3 disability categories. Now, the conversation becomes a lot more nuanced when we consider that there is a difference between natural language acquisition, acquiring a second language, and then some deficits or processing issues that might be impacting how it is that we connect with language. And that really makes it important for us to take following. Are we looking at a language difference or a disability? Here I'm presenting what it looks like broken down by disability category once eligibility criteria has been made. However, I have to stop and wonder how many of these really took into consideration language difference versus disability, as well as core instruction. And Lupita's going to get a little bit into it later when it relates to core instruction, because I want to remind you that out of all these disability categories listed here, being an English learner is not one. So again, keep that in your mind because we're going to dig in a little. So although we are talking about the pre-referral process, I want us to focus in on one of the 6 main tenets of the Individuals with Disability Education Improvement Act, and that is evaluation. So when we are looking at evaluation, we want to ensure that we're using culturally and linguistically relevant tools that take into account who the student is and what they bring to the table, because they all bring assets. All of our students have relative strengths, relative weaknesses. And it is important for us to recognize this because prior to making a referral for evaluation, there's quite a bit of data points that we have to consider as we're developing a more robust student profile to ensure that that referral that we are submitting is truly appropriate. So we say it often, but I'll say it again. Special education students, students who receive special education supports, not students that go to a SPED classroom, students that receive a special education service, they are first and foremost general education students first and are entitled to all core tier 1 instruction. And that is inclusive of comprehensive ELD, both designated and integrated. All students, regardless of whether they have an active IEP, they still retain access to comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated. Here on the screen, you're able to see this continuum of supports and services from the least restrictive to the most restrictive. It's important for us to keep this in mind because it also applies for not just tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 instruction in our academic areas, but also as a reminder that ELD is an academic area when a student is an English learner, and they should still retain access to the core and tier 2 and tier 3 supports when necessary. So let's get into the wheel of pre-referral. So those of us that are enmeshed in this world know that a referral can be made by staff, parent, guardian, counselor, etc. And that there is a child find requirement, meaning that whenever we suspect a disability, we should. Now, that is a tricky situation because it really depends on how it is that we view a particular situation. If we see that a child is struggling academically, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a disability that should be suspected. There are a series of points that we want to consider prior to making that initial referral. Now, that doesn't mean don't ever do it, because there are situations where it is clear that a disability is present because we see it in both the primary language and the secondary language that they're learning. So again, important for us to remember that it will be present in both languages. Number 2, the identification of a student's targeted needs via the team process. Referral is made, we identify targeted areas, targeted needs via the team process. It's going to be important that we have individuals in the team that have knowledge and expertise in being an English learner, whether it be an ELD TOSA, an ELD teacher, an EL specialist, perhaps a reading intervention teacher if the student has been receiving intervention support as well, engaging parents, and being able to have a means of collecting data to, again, start building this robust profile that is going to give us a more meaningful targeted area of need in relation to who the student is. Then we look at pre-referral activities and interventions, and these are to include progress monitoring and data collection. So we're going to be spending the bulk of our time together here on these 3 steps. Once the referral is made, identifying the student's targeted needs via the team process, and pre-referral activities and interventions that again are inclusive of progress monitoring and data collection. So what we're going to do now is we're going to listen to Dr. Alba Ortiz talk about over-identification and why multilingual learners, English learners, may be referred to special education too soon. So be prepared to share out, whether it be via the chat or unmuting your mic, on any salient points or points of reflection that were highlighted by Dr. Alba Ortiz. Here we go.
When you look at over-identification, you get kind of the opposite face of the problem. In this case, people think that the problem is a disability and they don't consider or cultural differences or educational opportunity as contributors to the problem. And so they make a referral too quickly. And then you get into some really difficult issues. We don't have the assessment instruments that we need to make an accurate identification of disabilities among students who speak different languages. Even when you have assessment instruments available in Spanish, they may also be culturally and linguistically irrelevant for the student that you're concerned about. So the assessment instruments, you can take almost any student and assess them with the available tools, and they'll qualify because the instruments are inappropriate. Sometimes we make the decision that general education can't serve the needs of the student, particularly because we have populations of students that really have significant learning difficulties. If you look at students in schooling, for example, who come here as adolescents, haven't been in school or have had inconsistent schooling, the gap is so wide that the sentiment is that if you make a special education referral, the student will be with a teacher who has specialized skills, smaller classes, materials designed to close those significant gaps. And so special education can actually become a dumping ground for students who have significant difficulties for reasons other than the presence of a disability. So overrepresentation becomes a huge issue because we haven't been able to overcome what is oftentimes negative expectations associated with a disability. So the student over time does worse because they're not getting the appropriate instruction, because we may not have special education teachers who understand how to support the language and cultural needs of the student. So even though they're in this smaller class, the gap can widen because the instruction is inappropriate. So there are a lot of factors that contribute to overrepresentation. And I think one of the big issues for students is that once we put them in, we seldom let them out. And so we identify students as having disabilities very early, and then they can spend the rest of their school career in a special education program or receiving special education services, even though they don't have a disability.
Thoughts?
I teach kids with social emotional challenges, and sometimes for me the hard part is, or the part that I worry about is how she said we seldom let them out, and that's, I have a very challenging population, so there's fear from the gen ed teachers with mainstreaming, and we do let them out, and they do, but it takes a lot of advocacy, it takes a lot of patience and collaboration with the principal and administrators. But that's sometimes my worry is, I sometimes have kids for a long time, and sometimes it's just the basis of their disability, and they're not ready to move on. But I do worry about that, them getting stuck.
Joe, thank you so much for sharing that, because that point is critical. I want us to step back from our current role and this current year and think of our students with disabilities. The student with a disability can only get out if they no longer meet eligibility criteria, which is rare. Sometimes it happens if there's like that early intervention, early identification piece, and all the pieces that are necessary are there. Or they either graduate or they age out. So it becomes incredibly important for us to think about those opportunities to connect with their gen ed peers, because at the end of the day, that gen ed population is our communities. So the more we practice and provide opportunities to engage, the more that we are giving our students a chance to be truly accessing their community once they age out of our systems, or they graduate, or they exit special education services. It does take a high level of advocacy, because if we strip down the layers, it comes down to fear. Some of our adults are fearful of the what ifs, right? And they might also be operating under a lot of implicit bias as well. There might be a lot of situations where we only see a behavior and not necessarily what that behavior is communicating. And that takes practice. That takes practice, advocacy, hard work, and it is simple but not easy, right? It is simple but not easy to start these conversations, because that is the only way that we're going to be able to really advocate for our students to gain more access. Thank you so much, Joe. Anybody else? Pepita, do you mind being my eyes in the chat and letting me know if anything's popping up in there?
Absolutely. I'll just read. I'll read them. Katie, need to consider language and cultural needs. Yes. Cheryl, educational opportunities can contribute to the problem. Yes. Christina, we must also consider the length of time that they have had access to curriculum and content. Absolutely. And Sharon says, the response of students whose frustration with learning the language of instruction, which can result in negative behaviors, has to move towards a better understanding of our cultural and linguistic needs. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, we have one more. One more.
Great.
Monica, not having adequate assessment tools or just reporting numbers which aren't meaningful to parents. More analysis for how the disability will be present in the student's learning. Thank you everyone for sharing your insights.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's important for us to connect and share that we are receiving some of this information, because every single comment that's been shared out is absolutely relevant and feeds this conversation. The more we talk about this, the more we begin to process it and start focusing in on what we can do. And one of the first things that we can do is really bring together a multidisciplinary team. Anyone and everyone that would have information, insight, experience to how this particular student who we're thinking might be appropriate to make a referral on. We want to make sure that this team is cohesive, is well informed, and is ready to address the needs of a potentially dually identified student within this SST, MTSS, team, whatever the structure at your school site is called. How does your team address the needs? So I want you to think about that and share it in the chat, how it is that your multidisciplinary team addresses the needs of potentially dually identified students in the process. And I'll tell you one thing, I don't know is a valid answer. It absolutely is a valid answer. However, let's not stop there. Let's consider who you might go to for some level of guidance into what this could potentially look like. In my previous job, I was the SST participant that everybody did not like having there, because I would ask all of the questions that seldom times would get asked, like, is this student truly the lowest performing student in your classroom? Can I look at other assessment data? Always asking those questions, because we know that the ones that get referred the fastest are the ones with those challenging behaviors, right? So again, use the chat feature to share what does your multidisciplinary team do to address the needs of a potentially dually identified student. All right, so let's jump into the data points and looking at them as more than data points, right? Because we're talking about individuals here. When we are focusing in on the considerations prior to referral for special education eligibility, we really like to rely on figure 3.1 to lay it out visually for us. So we start with pre-referral as the umbrella of what we're doing. And we start that pre-referral process by taking a look at the file, the CUME file, extrinsic factors, consideration of, and intervention summaries. Data points that tell a story of where the student is, where we want them to be, and how instruction is changing that or remaining stagnant. Again, pre-referral process starts with the CUME file check, considering extrinsic factors, and then collecting intervention summary data. So the pre-referral process begins with the multidisciplinary team. The multidisciplinary team approach is critical because we know that a referral can be made by staff, parent, guardian, counselor, anybody. So that referral might be incredibly valid, but that referral might also be rooted in not understanding fully what language acquisition might look like for our students, which is why it's important for us to consider the following. Who makes up your multidisciplinary team when you are discussing students who are English learners who are demonstrating some level of academic difficulty? You really want to ensure that you have in that meeting somebody who knows what the language acquisition process looks like, what quality instruction looks like, who is familiar with the ELD standards as well, who knows that the student what the student can and cannot do in relation to receptive language and expressive language, and also by domain. These are very nuanced conversations that need to happen prior to a referral being made, because then that gives us opportunity to address what we could do within that tier 1 core instruction, and if necessary, point out where tier 2 supports might be necessary by domain, depending on how the student is manifesting that academic difficulty. And then if that doesn't work, what tier 3 interventions might be available to then support that area of need. So the way we can get started is by collecting data that is readily available. However, the fact that it's readily available doesn't mean that it's easy to harvest. So when we're looking at the student CUME file, we know that it is full of all sorts of forms and information. And these vary from site to site, district to district. So it's hard to know exactly what is in there. So what Appendix 3.2 aims to do is to give you a hands-on tool to take that data dive. It allows you to look at a visual rendition of what data you will need to have a fruitful and full profile of the student to engage in discussions related to their current functioning. The CUME file check gives you sections where you are going to be organizing data so that you can take a look at it when you are meeting with that multidisciplinary team. This could be a process that takes place before your SSTT meeting, or it could be a process that the team does once you're sitting together. Because when you are filling it out together, some very organic conversations might begin to happen. However, we recognize that oftentimes time itself isn't our friend, so it would require some behind the scenes legwork. You may also utilize file check as that series of data mining by the SST head or the person who is submitting the student profile for consideration for intervention, identification, data collection, etc., wherever it is that you are in this process. So again, it really gives you a structured format to data collect and to start pointing you in the direction of extrinsic factors you might consider. This page, this is just a screenshot of the first page, but if you start looking towards the bottom of it, it talks about hearing, vision, health concerns, attendance, tardiness, fine motor skill concerns that might point to an extrinsic factor. So again, you're collecting data that is going to structure your conversation and your discussion of where the student is, where we think should be in relation to their grade level, so to speak, but also considering what those LPAC scores tell us in relation to language acquisition. So after you complete that CUME file check, some things might have jumped out at you like, oh my goodness, this student has a lot of absences. So that points out to attendance issues. So that is an extrinsic factor that one might consider as why the student isn't making academic progress that is commensurate to that of their peers. It could be that the student does not have access to healthcare. We could not find any information that relates to any type of physical issues, health issues. However, the student is constantly at the nurse's office. So again, this is a means of collecting data and information specifically focused on extrinsic factors that may be impacting how it is that the student is making relevant progress in the academic setting. And then finally, once we've considered extrinsic factors and we are sitting there at the team meeting or the referring teacher has filled out this data, we really want to consider what it is that we are doing for the student and if the interventions selected truly match what the student is demonstrating a lack of adequate progress in so that we can document that. So it sounds incredibly daunting, right? And we're not expecting this to work from day one because we understand that this is a process. However, if you're looking for tools to start conversations around or to refine your existing processes, this is definitely one tool that you would want to implement to your repertoire because it's going to give you a means of collecting intervention summary data so that you can have informed follow-up meetings to make sure that the interventions were either working, were not working, and why. So you'll see that this one again has the basic data fields up at the top, and then it also details areas of concern. And the beauty of this form is that the areas of concern are directly linked to the extrinsic factor form, so that you can start seeing a through line between these documents to truly establish a student profile that might allow us to make progress monitoring and data collection processes more fluid. It also gives us a place to document what integrated and designated ELD look like for the student, and to really establish a more clear vision as to whether the student's needs are related to a language difference or a disability. So I want us to look at this middle arrow. If we cannot answer this, we have a problem. If we are talking about referring a student for assessment because we suspect a disability and the student is an English learner, yet we do not know what integrated and designated ELD look like for this particular student, the difficulty, more often than not, is going to be related to lack of teaching that is focused on those ELD standards. I'm going to say it again. If we don't know what integrated and designated ELD look like for the student, I would not make that referral because I'm not clear whether it's linked to a true manifestation of a possible disability or just lack of instruction in the language necessary to be able to access academic content. And we point this out often. The SBAC for ELA and math, they test the ELA standards, and the math ones test the math standards. Well, if no progress is being seen on the LPAC is based on what standards? The ELD standards. So if we're not receiving instruction for designated ELD that is focused solely on those ELD standards, chances are there's going to be no progress evident because that process, language acquisition, some elements of them happen naturally, but others require explicit instruction. So again, we want to make sure that this is an area that is addressed and that when we document it, we don't write just the program, what it looks like. Very important. All right. And then finally, once we have all of our information, all of our data, we're sitting with our team, we're having rich, meaningful discussions, and now we're faced with making a decision. And that can be scary. That can be really, really scary. Thankfully, we have this resource included in the practitioner's guide. We did not put this together. I believe this document was developed out of, is it San Diego Unified? And it is a great resource. It provides a series of stopping points, processing points, where you can engage in a decision-making process with a team. Again, this resource is available within the practitioner's guide to support your roles in that pre-referral process or that initial referral and decision-making process. Because really what we're doing is a three-prong approach. Number one, we're collecting data and analyzing it. So we want to ensure that the data that we're collecting and analyzing is data-based intentional teaching, is culturally and linguistically responsive and relevant, meaning that we're not giving everybody the same intervention, meaning that the interventions we are selecting are related to a specific area of need that has been highlighted by the data that we've been collecting. We want to ensure that we give ample time between trials, 4 to 6 weeks, with fidelity, right? That F word. Analyze the intervention, second prong, fidelity. Are we doing it daily? Are we doing it 3 times a week? Is it a tier 2? Is it a tier 3? Because that's going to determine for how long and how often. Is there still a place for differentiation and asset building in relation to our individual students? Giving all of that some time and then coming back to make the necessary adjustments to the interventions and or refer for further assessment. You'll notice that there is no timeline here because that varies. That varies. It might be that after the first 4 to 6 weeks of that data-based intentional teaching that was culturally and linguistically responsive and relevant, we can honestly say that there is no progress. We were doing this Monday through Friday, 30 minutes daily. We were still differentiating and asset building. What's more, the ELD teacher, the designated ELD teacher is telling me that even as they try to use primary language supports, the student is still struggling, even with scaffolding. You know, it might be that a referral is needed ASAP. Again, child find requirements require us to assess and find children with suspected disabilities to provide them the services that they need. The issue here is that oftentimes with our English learners, it's really hard to do that. So that was a lot, heavy, heavy stuff. And I want us to think of the following. What is your documented pre-referral process? Is there one? What are your current pre-referral practices? Are they a match? What's written and what we're doing? Are the progress monitoring methods and tools appropriate for English learners? How do we know? Who's at the table? Who can help us determine if it's a yay or a nay? Might they contain language biases that may be affecting or impacting the data? These are tools for us to pause and process in relation to pre-referral and potential referral for special education service eligibility. Go ahead and use the chat to drop any thoughts that might have arisen in relation to these questions. Don't be shy. Again, I want to reiterate what our friends from AD&D shared this morning, and that's that this is not about what we are doing wrong. It's reflection and growth. because I will tell you that in my experience, in previous places, our process that was documented, but what we practiced did not match.
Vanessa, we have a question in the chat
Yes.
along with some statements.
Okay.
Rocio would like to know what would be an example of language bias that would affect data. We actually are going to elaborate on that, right? It's a wonderful segue question. Let's just put it that way.
Yes.
Now I'll read a couple of the statements. Many times it's the parents that request a SPED referral and we need to talk to them about the process. Rebecca says, how many ELs I have qualified in my career that had no business in SPED. Rebecca, you're being very reflective. And again, thank you for being reflective out loud via the chat and know that this is a brave and safe space for us to be able to have these discussions and be honest with ourselves and know that we do impact the system within our sphere of influence. Julie, the pre-referral process at my school did not have any way of focusing on the needs of EL learners. They just ask for test scores and they want to know if the student is on grade level or not. Christina, there's a lot to process, big happy smiley face. I think there's so much to consider with having all the stakeholders invested in getting answers to these questions. And then what do we do when the information is the most important part?
Thank you for sharing. All of that is so critical because I had the same thoughts when I began engaging in this work. I was thinking back to how many students I served as a special education teacher who had absolutely no business being on my caseload. I was happy they were on my caseload because by giving them explicit direct instruction in ELD that I was prepared to do, right? I was able to recognize characteristics in these students because I was an English learner too. So I was able to provide that support. But going back to Dr. Alba Ortiz's point is like, what happens when these students are placed in special education and they're not getting what they need? Because special education is a service, it's a support that addresses the manifestation of the disability and that present level. So we identify what the areas of need are. We develop goals for that. When is ELD going to be addressed? Especially if we're in a situation where we don't know where designated ELD will take place. So again, very important points for us to begin considering and reflecting on, because it is a process. It is a process and it begins when we stop, step back, and reflect. Reflect on what our sphere of influence is and what could we potentially do to start shifting that needle, to start moving that needle. And sometimes it's as easy as saying, who can we invite to the table? Sometimes it's as easy as asking across the hallway with your peers, your partners, can you give me, tools, strategies in relation to supporting students who are English learners? Because I don't know exactly what this might be at this point. I've tried X, Y, and Z, and none of it seems to work. So again, I say easy in the regard that it's a one-step type of a thing, but difficult when it relates to implementation, especially considering what the system is, what it looks like, and how it operates. All right, so we have a nice little segue into looking at language difference versus disability. And the question is, has the team carefully reviewed and discussed comparisons between language difference versus disability? Well, Vanessa, that's what we're here for. Aren't you supposed to be the one to give us that? Yes, we will. So I want us to take a look at the following questions. How does the team review and discuss comparisons between language difference versus disability? Again, brave space for reflection. What curriculum-based assessments and observations are used to determine language difference versus disability? So use the chat and let me know, how does your team review and discuss comparisons between language difference versus disability? Or what curriculum-based assessments and observations are used to determine language difference versus disability? Again, I don't know, perfectly acceptable. I think we use ... perfectly accessible. Any response is a valid response. Sorry, my cat's being needy. She's meowing. I don't know if you can hear her.
Perhaps when we get into the activity, they'll have a little bit more context for what we're asking.
All right.
I have a quick, so I what I've done in the past is like, I just kind of used my own like linguistic repertoire, and I code switch a lot when I teach. And that's helped me determine more or less what the individual student is. You kind of have to customize it, because I've seen this issue before. You know, it's hard when you have kids with IEPs who are coming from a transition, so they go from elementary to middle school, so they've already had IEPs, and sometimes I have to really dig and do my own individual assessments, because I don't know if there's actually like an actual assessment that can do like even Spanglish. I sometimes talk to them in Spanglish because I was like, some of them I don't even know where their Spanish is or what kind of background they have. So you got to do a lot of digging. And that's when I've been now able to narrow down exactly where I can better support the individual. And it's very time consuming and it's not easy, but it's, you know, once you get to it, you're like, hey, I can teach you now. I can use this kind of language. And then you identify key vocabulary. I'm like, okay, cool. And then just kind of look at what they know, and hopefully it helps. I don't know. I mean, I have so many questions about this topic in general. So
thank you for sharing, Christian. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lost resource is going to help you engage in some discussions related to, are students' needs related to a language difference or a disability, and how do we know? So figure 3.3 gives us a comparison of language versus disabilities in a variety of contexts. This figure pops open, so if you have the slide deck in front of you, you can click on the blue title up here at the top, and it'll pop open figure 3.3. I'm going to do that right now as I guide us into an exploration of the resource. Figure 3.3 has a column that's dedicated to learning behaviors manifested. The next one over are indicators of a language difference due to second language acquisition. And the third column is titled Indicator of Possible Learning Disability. So as we're looking at the learning behaviors manifested, meaning what we see in our classrooms, the following columns give us a description of what might be an indicator of a language difference. And that final column, what may be an indicator of a learning disability. You'll see that they're organized in the following manner: oral comprehension or listening, speaking, oral fluency, phonemic awareness, reading comprehension and vocabulary, writing, spelling, mathematics, handwriting, and behavior. So again, this is not an exhaustive list of learning behaviors manifested in classrooms, but definitely a good starting point for you and your teams to start having structured discussions about whether some of the learning behaviors manifested, meaning what we observe in our classrooms, when these might be indicators of a language difference or an indicator of a possible learning disability. Resource for you to access and to utilize in your teams. So Lupita, how are we doing with time?
I think this is such a powerful activity that we need to give them at least a few minutes to become familiar with the table individually. And we've embedded a jigsaw activity to go with this should you want to share it with your colleagues, your staffs, etc. So I say let's do about 6 minutes breakout rooms just for them to explore. And the directions are on the link that I dropped in the chat. So let's do that.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the breakout rooms, and please, 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 I know that breakout rooms can go one way or another. You either love them or you hate them. However, this is such a powerful, powerful activity that we would highly encourage you to join the room that you are prompted to join. If you go to a room where you're a singleton, let us know. We can place you in another room. But again, as Lupita mentioned, figure 3.3 is included as well as a jigsaw activity. I won't belabor this any longer, and I'm going to pop open the rooms and have you join. All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. So I want to hear it. I want to hear it all. What are some of your new learnings and or wonderings? How might you use this resource, or who might you share it with? Go ahead and use either the chat or unmute your mic and let us know. What are your new learnings and wonderings? How might you use this resource, and who might you share it with? Go ahead and do that now. Any aha moments?
For me, it makes me wonder what the best way for somebody in my position. I don't speak Spanish. So, some of my ESLs might be able to do some of these skills in their native language. And if they're with me on a day-to-day basis, that's the challenge, right? Is it a comprehension problem? Is it, language development problem? And so, if I were to speak Spanish, I might more easily recognize that, the student can do this in whatever their native language is. So, for that, it would, the importance of collaborating, working with people that do speak that language, exposing that student to people that can, use this resource or their experience to determine whether or not this is a language challenge or, a disability.
Absolutely, Joe. And you hit it right on the head. It's all about those collaborations and connecting and building your collective expertise by leveraging each other, really each other's expertise, because we recognize that. So for example, for us in Imperial County, like most of our English learners, their primary language is Spanish, which I'm fluent in. So it was easy for me to provide those supports. However, as we move away to more urban areas where we have a lot more languages, we might even have dialects, it becomes even more challenging because where do we find individuals to support us in getting to find out whether it truly is a language difference or a disability? Because we shared earlier, if there is a disability, it's going to present in both the primary language and English. So for those reasons, it's super important for us to connect with our paras also. Sometimes our para educators actually do speak the primary language or can communicate at least with students, and they can help you make those determinations by engaging with some of the academic tasks that you are requesting them to do in English, for them to try to get them to complete tasks with that primary language support, so that we can at least establish a baseline and take a look at where do we move from here. The other piece is that going back to that designated ELD piece, we want to ensure that all of our students are getting that instruction, regardless of whether they met eligibility criteria and now have an IEP. designated ELD and integrated ELD as part of Tier 1 core instruction. The fact that a student qualified for special education services doesn't mean that those special education services take the place of designated ELD. So again, we really like to make that point because we've heard at times where it's like, oh yeah, well since they qualified for services, we don't they don't go out for ELD because we do language stuff in the classroom. And that's not designated ELD, right? Designated ELD is where the ELD standards are the focal standards during this protected period of time. But again, thank you so much for sharing, and we appreciate your openness to engage in these discussions. So to summarize and to take you on to the next portion where Lupita is going to walk you through with a visual companion to all of the steps I talked about, we really want to highlight the following. Referral can be made by anyone. And yes, as somebody pointed out in the chat, usually it's parents with surprisingly similar letters, right? That you're like, oh, who told you to write this, right? We get a lot of those also, but sometimes they're based on true parent concern, where they really just want to determine whether a disability exists or not. So we must honor all of these referrals. However, always bring them into the realm of the multidisciplinary team to have a discussion around what the referral is really targeting and how it is that we can support this request for assessment prior to making that full process of getting to the assessment portion, so that we can really talk about identifying specific areas of need via this team process, the multidisciplinary team process, and establish, identify, and incorporate pre-referral activities to include interventions, progress monitoring, and data collection. So all of that to say that there is a resource, there is a support to put all of this together, and Lupita's going to walk you through that structure.
Thanks, Vanessa. I want to read Pamela's comment in the chat because it really resonates with kind of the spirit of this work, our Improving Outcomes for English Learners with Disabilities work, and also on the topic of pre-referral. Her comment, referrals are often made with good intentions out of the need to meet the student's needs somehow. And often when there is a lack of a strong MTSS framework, there is a lack of accurate and appropriate referrals for English learners. I added the last few sentences to that. Again, by design, an MTSS framework is your top-notch, quality, exemplary referral process, because it encompasses all the tiers of instruction and support, progress monitoring, and collaboration between all practitioners and administrators to create and sustain a system that is designed, I'm going to go back to the quote Dr. Escobar shared that I often catch myself sharing out loud in many of our presentations, that our systems are designed to produce exactly what they're producing. So we really need to rethink our contribution to the system, where we are, because everything that we do in our classrooms, in our offices, in our departments, in our districts, in our county offices, everything that we do that's within our sphere of influence, within our responsibility, contributes to that existing system. And so we really, we here at Imperial County SELPA really want to support and continue to offer practitioners and administrators a brave space, to quote my friend Vanessa, a brave space to be reflective, to have some critical conversations with each other, be very reflective upon what am I doing and what can I do perhaps differently to impact a system that perhaps might not be of best service for our students. So with that, I want to be able to offer you a resource that was created by our lead consultant, Dr. Deborah Montoya, that is a companion to the tools that Vanessa walked you through. So I'm going to walk you through very quickly kind of the organization of the flow chart. I want to give you a little bit of time via a breakout room to explore the resource along with a note-taking guide that Vanessa created to help navigate conversations and give some structure. And again, like Vanessa says, to depersonalize the conversation. It's not about pointing fingers or calling out things that aren't working well. We know that things aren't working well because our kids are demonstrating that, right? And so our system is producing that, and because we're contributors to that system, that means that we have the ability and the power to begin to tweak that system again within our sphere of influence. So I'm going to walk you through the flow chart. Please know that all of the resources that Vanessa walked you through are embedded in each one of these sections that are easily accessible to you. And then at the end of the walkthrough of the flow chart, I'm going to give you some time to explore the flow chart with a note-taking guide. So here we go. Next slide, Vanessa. The first section of this flow chart addresses the extrinsic factors that Vanessa was referring to. This is where we want to take a deep dive into the CUME file of each of our kiddos that we are contemplating, perhaps referring to special education for special education services via assessment. We want to take into consideration extrinsic factors. And in order to be able to do that, we might need to dig a little bit deeper into that CUME file to take a look at any existing medical records. Perhaps the family may have some information that is not captured in the CUME chart. And again, once we determine that extrinsic factors might be an indication of why the student is not progressing, then the next step is to refer the student, the family, to the appropriate referrals that are afforded to them either within the school system or within the community. So again, we absolutely must look into what existing extrinsic factors may be contributing to the student's inability to progress. Next slide. The next step in the referral chart are to take into consideration the student's personal and cultural factors. Because English learners are not a monolith, we want to take into consideration the different typologies of English learners. We may have newcomers. Newcomer students have newcomer families, right? They're not familiar with the systems. They may not be accessing the community resources that are afforded to them. And so it's important for us to reach out to the families to be able to gather that information. Perhaps information about home, like the home status. Are they living with another family? Perhaps the child is having difficulty acclimating because, family is at home and they're here with a friend or a tia or a grandma. New culture, new system. So all of those are going to impact the student's ability to engage, to feel safe, to feel comfortable, and to be able to progress. Next slide. The third element of the flowchart encompasses a very critical role, and maybe I'm a little biased because this is my lens in this work, is the role of instruction, particularly in the form of comprehensive ELD language development. Because we are talking about multilingual learners, English learners, and as it was stated before, comprehensive ELD is what English learners, including English learners with an IEP, must receive as per Title III services as part of their Tier 1 core instruction if that is lacking. If that is subpar, if that is happening once in a while, if that is happening outside of the English language development standards, then we need to pause. This is where we stop the referral process for special education assessment and then go back to general education and really beef up professional development, beef up opportunities for teachers to be able to have time to use these resources, plan collaboratively, and really beef up our comprehensive ELD, because without solid comprehensive ELD instruction for English learners, which is designed to provide access and language acquisition development, then absolutely, let's count on our students not progressing. So again, if we know that this is subpar and lacking with the use of the ELD standards, then absolutely, let's move forward with providing the appropriate supports. But in this case, let's include our teachers, our practitioners, our administrators in providing appropriate training and planning support so that our students are receiving all of their Tier 1 instruction and supports that they need before we move on and determine whether or not they truly need additional supports outside of the tiers of support. Again, meaning Tier 1, core instruction, comprehensive ELD for all English learners. Next slide. The fourth component of the pre-referral charter are learning environments. Our linguistically supports and pedagogy are critical. A student should feel safe, respected, included, and his primary language should be honored, because more often than not, it is an asset, especially for students whose primary language is very similar to English. And so again, the context for learning is critical. And within that context for learning, the different types of supports that we are able to incorporate into their instruction are going to be critical to make sure that students are accessing content and truly provided opportunities to build their linguistic repertoire. So again, appropriate supports and in a context of learning which is respectful and inclusive. Next slide, please. The bottom part of this infographic includes some special notes. I'm going to start with the comprehensive ELD on the right side. Again, just to reiterate that if we know that the student is not receiving comprehensive ELD and that the ELD standards are not part of what teachers are providing in those ELD classes, then we need to pause and provide the appropriate supports, whether you're an administrator, connect teachers to training. If you're a teacher, advocate for yourself, inquire about training for the ELD standards, and move forward in that direction to beef up comprehensive ELD for all of our English learners, including our English learners with disabilities. On the left side of this slide, we have our very important note. And I'm going to go straight to the bottom where it says, please note, and I'm going to break all the rules and read to you what's on this slide because it's really that important. Please note that the normal process of English language development, as well as manifestations of a dialect and social linguistic variance, shall not be diagnosed as a disabling condition. So again, English learner status is not a qualifying category for special education. Again, we absolutely have to make sure that we are providing students, teachers, staffs with the appropriate training, the appropriate tools, the appropriate planning time, and opportunities for us to collaborate and work together to become familiar not only with EdCode, what the requirements are for our English learners and our English learners with disabilities, but also to train ourselves up and to contribute to a system that will indeed provide appropriate supports, equitable opportunities, and access to the rich content that all our students deserve. Next slide, please. So again, here's the note-taking guide that we want to share with you. I'm being mindful of the time, folks, but I do think it's important for us to spend at least a little bit of time to become familiar with not only the pre-referral chart that I've shared with you, but also this note-taking guide that's going to help, again, to depersonalize the perhaps difficult conversations that we need to have in order to be able to start reshaping our systems to afford our students what they absolutely need and deserve. So what I'd like to do next is, I'm looking at the time, I'd like to give you about 7 minutes on the clock, and then we'll pop in and check with you. If you need perhaps a couple of more minutes, then we might be able to do that, I think. But let's do this. I'm going to drop the note-taking guide link in the chat. I'm going to ask Vanessa to go ahead and give us some breakout room time. Again, folks, if you prefer to explore this resource on your own, by all means do so, but please take this next few minutes to become familiar with the note-taking guide. Again, the note-taking guide has the questions that were posed a little bit earlier, including live links to all of the resources that Vanessa shared with you, all embedded within the pre-referral chart. So again, let me put about 7 minutes on the clock, Vanessa. We're gonna let you loose into the breakout room. Please don't leave. We have some really cool stuff as we round the corner and finish off this training with you. Hope to see you back in about 7 minutes. Is everyone back? It's hard for me to tell from this end. Okay, folks. So again, hopefully you've had at least enough time to become familiar with the note-taking guide resource that was created, again, to be able to take all of the tools that we shared with you up to this point, put them in one place so that they are accessible to teams, and provided also some questions, some guiding questions to help us reflect about our current pre-referral practices, and also be very reflective about how how well are they working for our students? So if at any point you feel so compelled to drop in the chat some key takeaways from this tool, and again, note that this tool is yours. Well, you feel free to duplicate it, to maybe add your school logo, modify it. As long as you give us credit, we really appreciate that, because we do want to know how well our resources are working for you. So again, if you can, throughout the remaining part of our time together, share with us some thoughts about how might you utilize it, what are some key things within the resource that you appreciate, and even some things that you might wish were there that weren't there. So we're gonna go ahead and move forward. We just have a few more minutes together, and I wanna make sure I go over some key pieces that are critical for English learners and English learners with disabilities. Next slide, please. We're going to start turning the corner of our presentation with an FAQ. So please take a moment to drop your response in the chat to this question. Can a special education teacher provide integrated and designated ELD to English learners as part of their special education services? Yes, no, I don't know. Go ahead and drop that in the chat. We'll give you a few minutes to think about it. We're getting a couple of yeses in there. If it's part of their IEP, yes. If they are trained and fluent, yes. But is it a best practice? I appreciate the question, Elisa. Yes. Yes, especially if students have linguistically appropriate goals. Yes, integrated ELD and other strategies. Classroom teachers are first and foremost responsible. Yes, if the teacher has an authorization. Okay, we're going to move on to the next slide. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. And just so you know, we have a series of Q&As that can be found for each one of the chapters in the practitioner's guide. This particular Q&A is from chapter 6. The answer is yes. Certificated special education teachers who have their English learner authorization may provide both integrated and designated ELD. Frequently, special education teachers co-teach with general education teachers to provide comprehensive ELD, which is both integrated and designated. So key here is if the teacher, any teacher, general education, special education, has an authorization, meaning your CLAD authorization, which I think the majority of teachers do now, then you are authorized to work with English learners. You don't need to be bilingual. You don't need to be fluent in the student's primary language to be equipped with the authorization of providing these types of supports for English learners. So let's talk a little bit more about what comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated ELD is. Next slide, please. So again, going back to the question of why we are referring our English learners, right? When English learners are not making progress, we should ask ourselves, what does comprehensive ELD look like? Are evidence-based strategies that are specially designed for English learners being implemented? Is our instruction standards aligned, meaning using the ELD standards? And are we providing a context for learning that is culturally and linguistically appropriate? Are we affording our English learners the appropriate and sufficient quality instruction and time that they need in the form of comprehensive ELD in order for them to be able to have access to the content and make gains in their language acquisition of English? Key questions. Next slide, please. Which means that we all need to be in the know, no questions, of understanding the role of comprehensive ELD. Comprehensive ELD, meaning designated and integrated, it's not either or, it's both, should be part of core instruction, tier 1 core instruction for all English learners, including English learners with an IEP. Next slide, please. So what is comprehensive ELD? Comprehensive ELD is what Title III affords to all English learners, again, to provide access and to provide opportunities to learn the English language, period, right? And so how do we create opportunities for students to have access to content and continue to learn English? We use the ELD standards. The ELD standards are comprised of 3 parts. Part 1 and Part 2 are basically where the standards live, but it's important for us to be familiar with this resource. We do have a series of modules where we spend a little bit more time exploring and digging into the ELD standards. This training is not the training, but again, hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end of our presentation to take you to our modules landing page on our website, where you're going to find other trainings that afford us this time. But today, just want to make you aware or refamiliarize you with the fact that the ELD standards are what we use to design and deliver comprehensive ELD, both designated and integrated for all ELs. Next slide, please. Let's spend a little bit of time unpacking what comprehensive ELD is. So, comprehensive ELD, integrated and designated ELD, are 2 types of English language instruction afforded to our English learners and English learners with disabilities. The role and the purpose, the goal and the purpose of integrated ELD is for students to be able to have access to the content area. Integrated ELD happens throughout the instructional day to provide English learners with access to math, science, language arts, history, physical education, right? Your content areas across the day by having teachers use the ELD standards as what I call their scaffold resource to be able to align the content as it relates to the student's language proficiency level, to take into consideration the student's language proficiency level and create opportunities via resources and strategies and tools to align the content and the student's ability via their language proficiency level to provide access, right? So we need to know the ELD standards, how to utilize them by proficiency level to be able to use them as a scaffolding resource for the content standards to provide access to the Common Core State standards across the curriculum. Designated ELD, on the other hand, is a protected time. It happens for a very specific block of the day, every day, Monday through Friday, for all English learners. During this protected time, the ELD standards are your core standards, your focal standards, and you are grouping students by language proficiency level. And in this part of the day, the goal of the ELD standards is to do that, to allow students to develop their English language skills through some content instruction. A question was asked just recently, well, how do you do that if it's its own protected time? How do you do it outside of a context? So I taught elementary school, and even before the new 2012 ELD standards, I used to teach what, I don't know if it's still referred to this, I still hear it now and then, but content-based ELD. So I would take perhaps some of my history content, pull out some text, and maybe focus on past tense verbs during my designated ELD part of the day, because I know how challenging past tense verbs can be for English learners. So my focus would be past tense verbs. My content would be history, but it was designated ELD. In other words, what was guiding how well my students were progressing was their ability to use, in this case, past tense verbs and phrases in accurate and authentic ways, not how well or how much they could tell me about George Washington. So again, really thinking about how might you be able to incorporate and utilize the ELD standards to guide how well we are going to provide opportunities for students to have access to the content via integrated ELD, and how well we're going to provide opportunities for students to gain knowledge and skills in the English language. So again, in a nutshell, folks, comprehensive ELD is comprised of 2 types of ELD instruction. It's not either or, it is both, integrated and designated. Next slide, please. Just go ahead and click through. Thanks, Vanessa. Because it's critical that all of us who are authorized to teach English learners, meaning you have a CLAD authorization, then we are equipped with some understanding, some knowledge base, and perhaps we're seeking some refresher or additional training in how to best meet the needs of our English learners, especially our English learners who have an IEP. We have to understand that the general progression of English language development is such that students who are learning English may have some proficiency in some skills. Perhaps they have higher skills in listening and speaking, but are still struggling with reading and writing. And that's very normal, very typical as students are gaining knowledge and skills in the English language. It's important for us to note that when this happens, it is not a sign or an indication that the student has a learning disability. And the same is true for students who are English learners who also have an IEP. Because some skills may progress a little quicker than others, that we have to acknowledge that it is not a manifestation of their disability either, which means that we all need to have some common understanding, some common language of how English language acquisition occurs and how it manifests typically in an English learner and how it might manifest in an English learner with a disability when we're taking into consideration the disability itself. Next slide, please. Here is a figure 2.10 from the practitioner's guide that we like to share with our participants to help us start thinking about what are some actionable next steps that we can utilize to get us really focusing in on what are some of the tools and considerations to support our English learners and our English learners with disabilities. And so these are just some questions to get us started in aligning our instruction, in aligning our opportunities to enhance services for our English learners. So just know that it's there. This is just one little excerpt. It actually is a series of questions to help us start designing lessons and opportunities for students English learners to develop their language and literacy skills. Next slide. Because we know that language is at the core of all curriculum. Figure 610 from the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework. Just when you look at it straight in the center, we see that ELD standards are at the core, which is an indication that the language is at the core of all curriculum. Students will engage in listening, speaking, reading, and writing across the content area. Therefore, our English learners need to be afforded the appropriate supports and tools, and teachers use the tools that are designed to help us afford them these appropriate supports via the ELD standards. But outside of these tools, we also have to make sure and ensure that the context for learning is fertile ground for learning, that the classrooms, teachers, environments are intellectually challenging, are respectful, engaging, motivating, and integrated and accessible for all of our students. Next slide, please. That we are taking into consideration the multifaceted skills that students bring to the table, that their language-rich repertoire. It may not only be in English, but they do come to our schools with a breadth of knowledge that perhaps they don't have a label for in English, but they do have experiences and knowledge of different content area that they can share once afforded the appropriate tools. We like to call out this particular resource for the Center of Culturally Responsive Teaching and Learning. The California English Learner Roadmap identifies this center as an exemplar for identifying strategies and supports that are culturally and linguistically responsive. If you go to figure 7.2, you'll be able to find additional resources in the practitioner's guide, again, in support of culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy, again, because the context for learning is equally as important as the tools that are designed for English learners. So we need to make sure that we are addressing all the different facets that our learners bring to our schools. Next slide, please. As well as acknowledge our own implicit biases. We all have implicit biases because we all come from different walks of life, from different experiences. And so acknowledging what our own implicit biases are and taking a look at how might we be able to enhance our own repertoire to be able to create context for learning that are fruitful for all of our learners is critical. And we want to share with you this resource again from the Practitioner's Guide, figure 2.2. These are just some excerpts from that particular figure. But again, we want to point you to some of the resources that can be found within the Practitioner's Guide. Again, this is the grounding resource that we use to provide professional development through our grant, but it is chock full of different tools and supports from different agencies and organizations, again, to help support us in our endeavors in addressing the needs of our English learners and English learners with disabilities. Next slide, please. And one more resource that we want to share with you. This is Cruz, we lovingly call her Cruzita. This is a student scenario that starts from section 1 of the practitioner's guide, and it basically walks you through giving you an exemplar of a student scenario where all of these tools and considerations that we've been sharing with you up to this point are incorporated into one student scenario. So hopefully you give yourself some time after today's presentation to visit this particular student scenario, because it's going to put together all of the considerations and some of the tools that we've shared with you up to this point in one place, meaning in this student scenario in a concrete fashion. So if you're wondering, well, what does that really look like? It is afforded to you through this exemplar with Cruzita. So please give yourself some time to explore it before too much time goes on, and then we kind of just forget, well, what did they say, which resource did they ask us to revisit? Take a look at Cruz in the student scenario, and again, it's going to put together all of the considerations and tools that we've shared with you up to this point. And I think we have one more resource from the English Learner Roadmap that we want to share with you today, because we started talking about our systems, right? And Dr. Escobar really hit the nail on the head when he said that, if our systems are not what they need to be, and we know that, then we need to take a step back and really reflect on what is it about our system that we need to change. The English Learner Roadmap, particularly Principle 1, Assets-Based approach to addressing the needs of English learners and English learners with disabilities. Element E speaks specifically to English learners with disabilities. So we want to be able to share with you this reflection tool. If you click on the title, it will take you to the entire reflection tool, which encompasses a reflective rubric for each one of the principles. The snapshot you see here on this slide is a snapshot of Principle 1, Element E, that focus specifically on English learners with disabilities. So again, additional resources for you to engage in conversations with teams and staffs around how to enhance our current policies and practices for English learners. One more note at the bottom of this slide, I took in the liberty of linking our landing page, where you're going to find additional resources around the English Learner Roadmap. If you're not familiar with the principles, we have a couple of videos in there, very short, again, to build some common language and common understanding of the tools that already exist to help us really focus on providing supports, quality supports, research-based supports, and enhancing our systems for English learners statewide. Next slide, please. I really appreciate this quote that Dr. Escobar shared. It is a quote that I often state in many professional development, and I'm going to restate it here again. Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. That is such a powerful statement. And what I would like to add to that is that each one of us here today contributes to that existing system. So if we don't like what we're getting, we absolutely can begin to make those changes within our own sphere of influence, your classroom. If you're a coach, taking into consideration the tools that folks aren't using, and provide some training. If you're an administrator, really thinking about when was the last time your staff has had English language development standards training. Include your special education folks. Reach out to each other. Provide opportunities for special education and general education to come together and think about the MTSS framework as a way to enhance your pre-referral processes. So again, very powerful statement. And I just wanted to make sure to include it as we circle back to what we are able to do and what absolutely is within our sphere of influence as we are thinking about what are some best practices for all of our students. Next slide. And with that, we have just enough time, yay, to close with this phenomenal video that we appreciate very much, that we want to share with you. I'm going to let the experts say it best. And then we'll close off with just in time for a couple of Q&A time if you want to hang back with us after 3 p.m. Let it go, Vanessa. Go ahead and click on it.
Welcome to 5 More Minutes, useful videos minutes that support the teaching and learning of all students. I'm your host, Shelley Moore, and today's episode is called Reducing the Barriers, Planning for All. Hey everyone, today we're talking about something very important. Today we're talking about shifting a paradigm. Now, one thing that I'm not sure everybody realizes is that in our efforts to move towards more inclusion and equity in our schools, is that one of the biggest barriers is the infrastructure of the existing educational model. You see, me, like many of us who work in education, we were taught how to support students through a special education lens. That is a model where a plan is made for most students and then special support is offered to those students who don't have success in that original plan. This special support then seeks to figure out, well, what's wrong with the student in question, and then offers support in a way by offering adaptations and modifications so that they can fit into the first plan. What if nobody fits into the plan? Because of how we're all taught to support students, as our classrooms have become more diverse, there's been this overwhelming feeling that inclusion is so much work because more and more students need this type of retrofit support in order to be successful. Okay, now listen, I have never met a teacher that can follow more than one plan. So a big question emerging here is how do we make one plan for all learners from the start so that we can be effective and efficient and then not have to retrofit for all of the learners that don't fit. In order to do this, we need to shift how we think about and respond to students who are struggling. You see, special education evolved out of a medical model. So for example, like if you break your leg, you go to the doctor and then they fix you. And if they can't fix you, they send you to a specialist. We get medical attention when something is wrong. This is special education. It's designed to react to students when something is wrong. And as a result, our educational system has become so heavily reliant on processes that emphasize failure, expense evaluations, and intervention systems that focus on the deficits in students. Well, something that we can learn from the disability community is that just because a person is struggling doesn't mean they're broken. People don't need to be fixed. So then how do we respond to students in a way that meets their needs without creating programs and following processes for only targets what's wrong? Well, I will tell you this. We need to move away from the metal, that's for sure. So what can we do instead? Well, one is to shift towards a social model. In a social model, if someone isn't having success, it's not because they have a disability or because something's wrong with them as an individual, but instead it's because there's something around them in the context that's limiting their success. Now listen, I spend a lot of time traveling, mostly throughout North America, and about 2 years ago I had the opportunity to speak at a conference in Hong Kong. Now I was so excited about this. I've never been to Hong Kong, so my wife and I were ready to go on our great Hong Kong adventure. Well, I was so excited that I didn't really anticipate that I would have different needs in Hong Kong than I do in North America. Typically, I would feel pretty independent in my travels. I would rent a car, I would drive no problem. I would be able to navigate conversations and menus and directions and be able to find the conference hall that I'm presenting in, easy peasy. But in Hong Kong, I realized I needed much more support to be able to do these very simple things. Like I wasn't able to rent a car. I didn't have the right driver's license. I wasn't able to have many conversations, read menus, or follow directions because there was a language barrier. I also had no idea where I was speaking because I couldn't read any of the conference signs. I needed a lot of support in Hong Kong. Thank goodness the organization who brought me there anticipated this and made 3 Hong Kong EAs available to me if I needed them. I had a driver, I had a translator, I had a host. But I couldn't help think to myself, like, that's so many resources for one person. What's important to know about this example is that whether I'm in North America or whether I'm in Hong Kong, I'm still the same person. My success and independence in Hong Kong had very little to do with me as an individual and had more to do with the barriers that existed around me. Now, I want you to imagine all the students that you work with, every teacher they interact with, every classroom and school they go to. I want you to think about all these different contexts as possible different countries. Students are the same regardless of where they go. What changes is the context around them. And every context is going to have more or less barrier either support or limit success. So how do we support kids this way? Well, first of all, these barriers, which we can't wait for students to not be successful. We can't wait for them to fail. Second, we have to stop putting all of our resources into trying to fix individuals. If we move away from this kind of student diagnosis and intervention as the first strategy, it allows us to assess the environment and the context first to find out what's getting in the way. Because the big idea here is this, my friends. The more we support a context to reduce barriers, the less individual resources a person will need to be successful. The social model of support is a foundational understanding to planning for all students and directly connects to universal design for learning, response to instruction, and collaborative models of support. It would be very difficult to try and implement any of these frameworks if we were only looking at students through a medical and deficit-based perspective. Students are not broken. They may need support, but today's challenge is asking, instead, look around the student to see how can we fix the context so that barriers are reduced instead of looking at what we can do to fix the students in their deficit area. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of 5 More Minutes. Make sure you look at the 5 More Minutes podcast where we dig deeper into some of these big ideas. Give us a like. Don't forget to subscribe. You don't want to miss any of these episodes. I'll see you next time.
We are huge fans of Shelley Moore. If you don't follow her, I highly suggest that you do. The last slide is also has become part of our mantra here at this work out of Imperial County, SELPA. And it is this. Thank you for hanging back with us, you guys. I know we're a few minutes past the hour. It is a shared responsibility. It is a collective commitment. Although I've often catch myself saying, do what you can do within your sphere of influence. Yes, absolutely. And reach out. Reach out to, if you're a SPED teacher, reach out to your Gen teacher. If you are in charge of EL services, reach out to your SPED director and vice versa. We really do need to combine our efforts and really think about our approaches as a holistic approach so that our whole system is a collaborative system and we're not trying to just put out fires as they happen. We want to really have a preventative approach, not try to retrofit a system that we know isn't working, because it's the system that needs to be addressed. And we all have the ability and the power and obviously the passion, because you're still here with us, to do this work together. So with that, we want to thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you in our professional development. Follow us on Twitter, shoot us an email if you have other questions, visit our website. There's tons of resources there. I want to give a special thank you to the ED&D team for collaborating with us. Hopefully we are able to do this again down the line. Again, from Imperial County SELPA and our grant work, Improving Outcomes for English Learners with Disabilities, we want to thank you. And please let us know how our resources are working for you, how they're not working for you. We really want to know. Again, thank you again. And I'm going to hand it over to the team for some final words.
Thank you all for participating today and sharing and collaborating. Hopefully we'll be in person next time. So enjoy your day. Erin, Jen, you want to add anything?
It's just nice to see some familiar faces, and thank you so much for your time this afternoon or this morning and afternoon. And we know how hard that must be. So thank you. And for being on your spring break, enjoy.